Peace and Grand Rising. Today is June 11th, 2023 on the ancient moon calendar, 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. And before we get started, I want to celebrate, but not want, I desire that we celebrate that the public record is responding and speaking back openly, which means that the babble is no more. She, the public record, has drowned the Antichrist spirits that previously babbled with the intention to confuse and war against God. Today we celebrate that there's no more babbling by Antichrist spirits. We've successfully emerged from the Antichrist age, and we are victorious. We want to cast that spell out on the record and let the public record show that the public record is speaking back, and so we don't have fakes and frauds that's continually speaking back, because that's what was happening previously. So that construct has fallen. With that being stated, all rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is a sovereign, living, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American, Article 3, Universal Court action in accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. We are the sovereign living justices, and ego sum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Hittites, Hammatites, and Canaanites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, ancient, natural, divine, sovereign empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, ancient, sovereign, natural, divine, Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, and titled beneficiaries for this cause for action and for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We've issued a universal creditor's bill for possession, an affidavit for possession, liquidation, and custody over all land, all natural resources, all national resources, all commerce, and all other property. We, the one true God nation, are not at war, and we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, sovereign, natural rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. The principles that we share are not our opinion. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, these processes that we share are based on principles of stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land, long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments at earth. For this, we are grateful. Indeed. So we will take just a moment and open the assembly so that those who are wanting to come in can do so as well. And we'll go ahead and share our screen as well. Okay. Okay. Indeed. She is in. I believe she's in. Okay. All right. So, in the last era, we enacted repeating the babble fed to us by others, which caused great confusion in the earth. It was only when we chose to take control of our own narrative that victory, wealth, prosperity, and wisdom chased us, pursued us, and overtook our manifestation in this new era. For that, we are grateful. And just as a side note, with regard to the babble, Babel will get easier. Not Babel. Babel has gone the way of the dead corpses. Therefore, it will be a lot easier for us to understand what's been being said to us that we may not have known previously. For example, where Babel is concerned, there are two perspectives to every word. There's the subject perspective, and then which will always be from an inferior standpoint. And then there's our God interpretation, as because we coined all words, terms, and definitions. So whenever we say things, Moors will be hearing them from one of two perspectives, and some Moors have the gift of their eyes are all the way open and they can see it from both perspectives, both the subject perspective and the God perspective. We look at things, when we speak from God's perspective, from our Godness. And the confusion sometimes comes when Moors are hearing what we're saying, and they're hearing it from the subject perspective. So we have to know to hear from the God perspective. I'll give you an example of that briefly. At a specific time in our history, we were called Anunnaki by our subjects. That was a misinterpretation of us telling each other what the fall was going to be about. Okay, so the subjects would listen to us talk to each other about the fall. What we were really saying was, I knew no key. I knew no key. That was our role that we were going to play. We were going to forget all that we knew, all the keys to everything. We have the keys to life. We have the keys to death. We have the keys to knowledge of good and evil. Those are the two trees that were at the Garden of Eden. They don't tell you about the other tree. They only mention it once or twice in their biblios. The tree of life is the other tree. The tree for life is the other tree. And Eve was not given the opportunity to eat from that one, because Lilith, which is us, we said, don't give them don't give them access to the key of life and death. Don't give them access to that tree. Only give them access to good and evil. So we would say to each other in our God language, I knew no key is what the fall will look like. So we began to forget the keys. Not forget them, we buried them. Okay? And that was a felony for us to do that. We buried the keys and we forgot, we enacted forgetting, and that automatically caused us to forget that we're the court, which is a felony. And when we said felony, we were speaking ancient English and we were saying that's what we're going to enact as well. We're going to enact a felony. That's to fall on the knees in front of someone who is of a lower species pretending to judge us. Okay, that's what fell on me when we were speaking. We used syllables, and the syllables are based in etymology from ancient times, ancient English, and that's why now we can break a word apart. We can break the word up, and the word will make complete sense etymologically when we pull it apart or put them together, such as aboriginal or indigenous. You know, we were using syllables to speak to one another, and when the subjects heard it, they said, okay, we'll rewrite that, and they just spelled the way they knew to spell. And then everyone began enacting that. Now, lower courts and upper courts, higher court, we're the highest court. So in going into, let's just say a lower court, we don't do that anymore because this is a new era. And again, there are some who will do it. It's okay. Don't feel bad about doing that. You must demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. Okay? And so how is it, and this may assist those who feel they need to go into a lower court. How is it that documents serve as special appearance in place of our holy presence? Courts need a body to be present in order to adjudicate. Is that a correct statement? Is that correct? Just one moment. And let me. Okay, you can unmute yourselves as well. With regard to
Islam?
Yes, go ahead, Nobility.
I would say no, it's not necessary for them to have a body because they can adjudicate, they can judge, they do it in absentia, because I literally just did that and researched that term, and they can do a judgment in absence of the body, okay? So they can proclaim a judgment. Is it true adjudication? Not really, because they don't have the ability, but that's the legal terms that they use, just for clarification.
Yes. Or they call it ex parte. Yeah. In absentia is the Latin term, and ex parte is also, it's a Latin term also, but it's where the person is not there. Because it's persons that go to court.
Pauline, you got the keys to everything except that Land Rover, don't you, Pauline? No keys to that Land
I think that guy is obsessed with you because you're so beautiful. That guy is obsessed with you from 2018. Why don't you give the guy a chance? He's in love. That guy's in love with you so badly, Sister P.
Aren't you the Negro that said you were going to track me down by my voice? Aren't you?
Oh my gosh. Anyway, I wanted to chip in and answer Empress.
Yes, Islam.
You don't mind.
Yes.
And greetings, and it's always nice to be in your program. It's always good to see that beautiful smile of yours.
You're waiting for you to find me, Willie. You said you had magical software.
Go ahead, Justice.
Yeah, man. This guy, he made me laugh too. Oh, Lord. From that 2018, this guy's good. Boy, yeah. You should give him a medal. He deserves a medal. Anyway, let me see if I can get rid of the laughter and just move on.
Where's that app that goes that? I don't want
to So, it depends on the capacity that you're going in. If you are the one making the prosecution, then the prosecutor or the plaintiff must appear. However, when it comes to the defendant, as they put it, you may appear or you may send a representative. So you don't necessarily have to be there. And I've always said the court is really our paperwork. Our paperwork should always precede us before we go into court. If we have to go or decide to go, it is our paperwork that is really the court of record. So we send that in to let them know who they're dealing with, our status, standings, etc., jurisdiction, so that, they have no doubt as to how to proceed because they know they're dealing with a sovereign.
Yeah.
That's my little tidbit for now.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. We want to illustrate that to you here because, and again, this is for those who may have felt that they needed to go to a court that is not your court. And there really is no such thing as a court that's not your court, because once you put them in their proper place of subject status, that court then becomes, those are your employees. So,
correct.
Yes, if we were to appear, if we were to appear in a fake court, we use command and we use command and execute with natural elements. We use our holy breath. Our head and our noble titles give us the publication that we are the head of the government at earth. Our bodies would be there. All names would be subject to the title that we have. Our bodies are ships, vessels, corpus sanctums, and we would walk in with our holy feet, because our feet are indeed holy, and we would be walking on the land. Now, where documents are concerned, when we appear by document, the witnesses will see the exact same thing as if we appeared when we send our documents. The documents, and this is the makeup and the format of a document. It has a title. The title is at the top, just like our title. The title is called a header. It's called a header for a reason, because that will tell them who is in charge of the document, and then who's in charge of the words, and what those words say, and who those words apply to. And then there's also a subject line that's under the title, just like with us. Just like with us, when we appear, all subjects are under our authority. Just like on a document. And again, this is we're just describing a piece of paper, an affidavit, rather. Not just any piece of paper, but an affidavit that has a title. And this is why government letterhead is so important, our government letterhead. It's so important because of what's at the top, the letterhead. It's called letterhead for a reason. It's because we're the head of all letters. Okay, and that is proper functionality of the head of anything or anyone. You must have a title. And that's why our titles for nobility are so important. And then the document has a body, just like we have a body. And this is another reason also why we don't use their stuff. We restate everything. The reason we restate everything is because our documents must have the same body and the same nature that we have. And then the documents have a footer. Okay. The documents also have a margin. So here are the things on the left-hand side of the screen. It has the same things we have: a title, a head, a body, a subject, a name. And the name and the subject are underneath our title. So anyone in any fake court with a name, they're subject to the Moors. That's why the first question we always ask in our court actions is, what is your name? And you can look in the Biblios for the levels of authority where the Christ in the Biblios would ask, what is your name? What's your name? When speaking to demons and devils and spirits, the Christ always asked, what is your name? Because as soon as they answer, they have already agreed that they are under your authority. And proper identification of the parties is always the first process in any court action. And that's why when people go into a fake court, there's a little bit of noise coming from somewhere. Oh, Justice Akil. Okay. In any court action, they always ask, what, is this your name? Or they'll just call a name. And when they call the name, whoever answers to that name has already agreed to be under their authority. Already. And that's why in our court actions, that's the first thing that we do. We just say, what is your name? So with that being stated, there's margins on the paper, on the affidavits, and there's margins on any document that is of authority. Does anyone know why all documents have a margin? Does anyone know why? Because that's what they taught even in animal husbandry school about leaving a 1-inch margin, and then they put that into the computer work and everything. Does anyone know why all documents have a margin? I love our research. Again, this is why we have to restate everything when you hear this. It seems simple. It seems like it's no big deal, but everything matters. Islam, Empress.
So, if I may, I'm going to read the definition of margin from Black
Yes.
Law?
Yes, please. If you could speak up, for some reason we can't hear you. It sounds like you're really far away.
Okay, hang on. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. So margin, Black Law Dictionary 1119, page 1119. Edge or border, the edge of the body of water where it meets the land, as applies to a boundary line of land, the margin of a river, creek, or other watercourse. And that's Varick and some case law. But in the case of a lake, bay, or natural pond, the margin means the line where land and water meet.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes. A margin is where land and water meet. By definition. By definition. And when you use their documents, you're lost at sea. That's not lost. You're not lost at sea. You're enacting being lost at sea. So they treat it like a lost at sea document. Ships are vessels. Paper is ships. Ships are vessels, and so are we. We are conveyance vessels. We convey energy. So do anything moving conveys energy. And so a margin is land. It's the place where land and water meet. And either you'll be on the high seas doing awesome commerce and just making a whole bunch of gold money, or the document will indicate that whoever it is was not competent on the high seas and ended up lost at sea. Yes. So we did, again, this is why documentation can indeed speak. And we send it forth, and we don't even have to go. We just send the word. Because our documents are a part of our body. And so that is another reason why our great teacher, Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey, always said, and this was something he told me when I was first, and I've told you all the story of when I first nationalized. About 5 months in, I did a POW demonstration. And then after that, once I freed myself from that place, they sent to their corpse two war rents. And just a minute. Justice Akil, please keep it muted because there's movement and noise in your background, please. Unless you're going to say something, please. So they sent two war rents for their corpse. So I was telling you all this. I've mentioned this story several times, and because I was so young in Moorish science, I didn't really know what to do. So I called Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey, and I asked him, well, what do I do? Do I turn myself in? What do I do? And when I said turn myself in, he said, turn yourself in for what? They're not even talking to you. He said, but you must rebut everything they say. That's what he said. You must rebut everything they say. So that's what I did. I used our paperwork, our letterhead at the time. I still have those presentments. I did the quo warranto, and I had to study all of that to even know what to do and how to do it. But we got jumped all the way out there, from the very beginning, and it worked. So this is why we rebut everything they say, because we just keep showing up. That's what special appearance is all about. That's why documents are called a special appearance. We're still appearing, but it's our documents that we're appearing with and not theirs. And that's why we don't use their stuff, because that's not us appearing. And that's why they issue warrants like that, because if we're using their stuff, So I actually had to craft my own documents, and those were some of the first documents that I started putting together and saying things and doing things. So Moors, we don't have to appear. We don't have to appear in the flesh. We can appear by documentation. Use Moorish government letterhead. All Moors are entitled to use Moorish government letterhead. This is what it looks like. This is it. If you don't have it, screenshot this and paste it at the top of your documentation. And then what we do is we a quo warranto mandamus restitutio writ and affidavit. And again, the difference between writs and affidavits is that an affidavit simply states facts. Okay? A writ gives commands. A writ means that some action has to take place on their part. So, for example, a writ of discovery. A writ of discovery says that, okay, prove something. It's giving a command. It says prove something. Prove that you have whatever it is you're claiming, including authority. Prove it. The quo warranto also says, prove that you have the authority to say the things that you're saying that you're trying to prove. Prove that you even have the authority to even speak to us. And no, they don't. They don't have the authority to speak. But we must give the commands first. When Empress Shasha read the definition, and then, our word coming out of our mouths is just as holy and effective as our written word. Just as holy and effective. So in the body is the word. In the body of the document is the word. And then there's a footer. I did look up headers and footers because I thought they're just describing a body when they talk about.
State your name and nationality if mama ain't.
They're talking about the body. All they're doing is describing us when they talk about paper. It says here the necessity for headers and footers, and I just Googled characteristics of a formal document or something similar to that. It says the name of the author is very important to protect the copyright of the document. Now, how true is that? Very true. Why? First and foremost, we don't have a name. That is protection in and of itself because all names are under our authority. The author is the authority. Now, even here, they're talking about an author. And again, I'm just pointing out why we don't use forms that are authored by some foreign entity, calling itself a corporation of some kind. We don't use their forms, we use ours. And if our forms look exactly like theirs, so be it. Most of them will look exactly like theirs, but it will be we will have authored it. Therefore, we have jurisdiction over that form and what it is to do. And when we make our forms look just like their forms, the system will recognize it. But we must author it so they can't tell us what to do with it. Then they become subjects because they have names They become subjects and persons who are to do, all they're to do is feed it in. They don't govern it. They don't get to say what it means. It means what we interpret it to mean and what we intend for our documents to mean. That is the copyright. A copyright says that someone cannot take your document and govern it, period. That's all a copyright is. They cannot take your document and govern it or alter it or anything of that nature in any way. The name of the author can be an organizational name. This means that the copyright is owned by an organization rather than an individual. That is another way to say that the state, because the state has a name, it's a person. Is the state a living person or a dead person? And here it says it is a matter of professionalism to add headers and footers to your document. It is what you profess. It's what you say. And profess and confess were similar words. But profess and preface are the same word. That means to say it before, to state it before. So that's why your documents precede you. You can say they precede you or they proceed you. That's still the same word, because in Latin and in ancient English, which is Latin, vowels are interchangeable. Okay? We and our documents are vessels, ships, and sovereign conveyances, and all ships, according to the treaty, must be marked. They must be properly, must have the proper signals on them. Okay, so with that being stated, when you put us and not us, but when you put us next to a piece of paper, next to our documents, just one moment. I believe there is some. Just a moment. One moment. When you put us next to the documents, it's going to look the same. All of the characteristics will be there. And that is why we use living documentation. And it's not living if we didn't author it. So with that being stated, that is why documents can go and speak for us no matter where we are, no matter what we're doing. I looked up the word margin, and I looked it up even with different spellings as well. A margin, it says here, is a border, an edge, a brink, a verge, such as the margin of a lake. Again, there's water inferred there, and there's, land and water meeting, just like Empress Shasha read. Just a moment. Okay. Yeah, just like Empress Shasha read. So, just a moment. Did you also know that a margin is money? A margin is money just like land is money. So it says here, a margin is an amount of money, supplies, etc., reserved or allowed beyond what is needed. So we could use the space in the margins to say other things, but we don't necessarily need to. Because again, all land, all natural resources, all commerce, all money, all supplies belong to us, especially because we've restated everything. It's an extra amount for contingencies or emergencies. It says here in number 5, I just love this definition. It says a margin is provision for increase, addition, or advance. Isn't that beautiful? It's provision for increase, for the abundance that's here for us now. Again, when we were using their forms, we were increasing them. The corpses. That was the enactment. When we use our documents, we increase us. It says here in business the difference between the cost and the selling price of merchandise, stocks, etc. And B says money or collateral deposited with a broker to insure him against loss on contracts which he undertakes for the actual buyer or seller of stocks, etc. That's going to be important because of the bond piece that we're going to complete today. Money or collateral deposited with a broker to insure him against loss on contracts, which he undertakes for the actual buyer or seller of stocks. The word undertaker is important because we don't undertake, we overtake. An undertaker is, that term is in the last era indicative of someone who is burying someone or something. It is an indication of deadness. Okay? Indeed, Islam. The conference is unlocked for just a moment. There, nobility. So that whoever it is that's wanting to come in can come in. Islam. Did they make it in, Empress Malaya? Indeed, Islam. So we'll continue. So again, a margin is money. It's land. And restating things with our own documents, it's insuring us against loss. It's insuring us against anything that might happen with regard to whatever it is that we're stating and claiming and proclaiming. It says here, speculation in which the broker advances part of the money with reservations to protect him against loss, and the buyer deposits the rest, taking the profit and loss on fluctuations in value. And see, because we don't, there's no interest on gold. We don't have to worry about loss. We don't have to worry about anything that has to do with fluctuations. Yes, there will be fluctuations in value, but everything that we put on our books is a credit. Even if I'm paying you in Zolarium for something, when I put that on the books, it's either going to be something that I can charge off, or it's going to be a credit in the area of the value of my company.
Why don't you have custody of anything you've commanded? Why don't you have custody?
And so when we put the documentation on the books, it's going to increase. For example, if I gave you $10 million, real dollars, Dolarium is real dollars, then on my books at when it comes to my corporation and its profitability, depending on what I gave it to you for, there's going to be a substance for substance exchange. So that's still going to be a credit. And that's how corporations got so big so quickly, because they looked at what Moores taught them and they used those principles. Okay. Just one. Empress Shasha? Empress Shasha, is this you?
No,
Just one moment.
yes.
Okay, all right. Islam. Islam. For some reason, it was on hold, and I did not put that one on hold, but it's okay. The system does some things sometimes. So don't take that personally. Empress Shasha, there's another one here. I don't think this one is you, so I'm gonna.
This is me. Islam, this is me.
Okay, go ahead. Say that again, Empress.
This is me.
Okay.
This is me. Can you hear me? Can you make that distinction?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Wonderful.
I got the other one. Yeah. Okay.
First slide.
Yes.
You did lock again, correct?
I did.
Okay. Can you try one more time, please? My apologies.
Sure.
Thank you.
Islam, it's unlocked.
Okay, I've let her know. She's probably going to jump in right now.
Okay. Is that who you were wanting to come in, Empress?
No.
Okay. This information is really important information. And so the breaks in the information where we're waiting for people to come in and things like that, let's just bear with that.
I get
okay.
it. I think she just got in. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Islam.
Islam. Angel is trying to get in.
She is?
Yes.
Okay. Islam. Okay, let's continue. So in economics, a margin is the minimum return below which activities are not profitable enough to be continued. And that is from a debtor perspective, okay, with regard to, so we won't go into the financial piece until we get to the
Angel Bay, when are you going to tell us about your conveyance?
Until we get to the bond piece, okay. Okay. But I wanted to bring up the word margin, and then also, again, it's talking about borders. It says here, a deposit, to deposit a margin upon. This is as the verb transitive. To hold by depositing or adding to a margin upon. And then here, I always, again, look at the words around the word when I'm defining it. Marginal as an adjective, and it says in economics, designating land.
I second the motion, Angel.
It says in economics, designating land capable of providing an economic return at existing prices. But
Pauline, why don't you just command us to quit coming on here, Pauline, because you're commanding.
They want me to talk to them, and I'm just not going to do, because I don't do seances. Okay, so designating land capable of providing an economic return at existing prices, but so low in productivity that it tends to remain unused until better land is very scarce. So it designates land, whether it be profitable land or low productivity land. It's still land. Okay. An additional spelling of margin is M-A-R-G-E-N-T. It says to note or to enter on the margin. To note or to enter. Well, when we think about notes, whether we're talking about a note in the verb tense or the noun tense, every word that we see, whether it be, no matter what the part of speech, if you put it in a noun tense, it's going to and then look it up as a noun, it's going to say what it needs to say in the old dictionaries. And so the questions are, is a document a person? Is a document currency? And is a document money, based on what we just talked about? Those are questions that we can answer. Just one moment. Let me get my screen straightened out there. Okay, there it is. Is a document just one moment. So give that some thought, Morris, as we're talking about courts and anything else that has to do with us. You know, send a part of your land, send your money. And listen, if a document is money, then is more sovereign dolarium money?
Absolutely.
Yes, it is. It has a margin, and that margin has we put the margins there. It has our energy and our sovereignty and all of that. So yes, it's money. So now, with that being stated, now that we know what we know, is a document a person? Yes. Is a document currency? Yes. Is a document money? Yes. It depends on who authored it as to the nature of the document. We give our documents our energy, our nature, and everything. And that is what makes our documents so valuable and living. We don't want to use dead documents created by the dead. Okay. With that being stated, let's move forward because we do want to get to the part about the bonds. We want to finish that up today. I'm excited about that because, wow. So the previous
another one of Pauline's steps that doesn't do anything. It's just all bullshit. Just add an.
Oh, we're gonna talk about the steps and why we do them as well. The previous banking system had to go, but the accountability structure of that system will always be. It always has been, and it always will be, the structure. That is why we took the structure. See, that in the last era, the previous banking system could not go away until the heirs accepted the responsibility of banking, of printing our own money. That's why the fall is happening so quickly now, okay? Because we've done that. We've taken full responsibility for banking, for money, for the exchange, for the accountability on our vast estate. And so the structure needed to be there, okay, the structure of it. But that system itself and those who enacted that system, all of that had to go because it's not real. It's fraud. The structure has been given to us by restatement. That's why we restate the documents as well, because the ancestors were handing us the banking and the money structure and all of that. All they said was just write it up. Write it up. And it's yours. You can have it. And we've accepted that responsibility. We've accepted our system structure. We've accepted our banking. We've accepted the printing of the money and all of that under our own authority and on our own terms as stated by law. And again, in order for us to accept that responsibility, we had to come together like we are now. We had to come together. We had to vote on the money and the banking and all of that, which we've done. It's on the public record. We've had many votes about the money and the banking and how things are going to go and how things should go and put the laws on the public record. And that is what the ancestors required of us in order to hand us access to the estate by way of our money. And so now, why Empress Sarai, I believe, asked this question last time. Why do we give Dolarium gold receipts if everything belongs to us already? That was a great question. I thought about it even some more as I was going back and listening to our last Congressional Assembly in preparation for this one. And so I wanted to expand further on that briefly. Courts exist for the purpose of accountability. That's what courts are all about. Morris Sovereign Dolarium gold receipts are the yardstick to measure commodities, equity, and wealth in our courts and in our accountability system. Because we've taken accountability for all commodities, all equity, all wealth, all courts, all money, all gold, everything. We took, all of us did that. We took responsibility for it when we began to restate the structure, which really was just us putting the structure in place for ourselves and being the authors and finishers of our own faith. You know, they talk about full faith and trust, full faith and credit. That's what that is. Okay. So because Dolarium gold receipts are treasury instruments, and this is again in expanse of the question of why use Dolarium if everything is already ours. It's because Dolarium gold receipts are treasury instruments that must be appropriated directly from the Treasury, which you all are the Treasury, we're all the Treasury. That's why we can print up Dolarium and keep an accounting of it. We've put the structure for accounting on the public record of how to keep an account of the Dolarium and the things that go out. Your affidavits, and this is why we send Dolarium with our affidavits. Your affidavits are an accounting also. And so that's automatic accountability according to Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 of the Constitution for the United States. In addition to Morris Sovereign Dolarium gold receipts being a yardstick to measure commodities, equity, and wealth, they're also a unit that stores, measures, and records value. The amount of Morris Sovereign Dolarium gold receipts that are exchanged will state for the record the value of the property, goods, work, or services. The more gold receipts that you are willing to trade for the goods or work, the more valuable said good or work is on the market. And because we've activated this process, we've returned to the ancient ways of our foremothers and forefathers by lawfully demonstrating the ancient laws of supply and demand, but on our own terms. And just as a side note, we've stated this in the past, but
and this is the teaching of Noble Drew Ali, you all.
Record.
Yeah, remember, this is the teaching of Noble Drew Ali.
Okay, got it. Okay. So the things that we put on the public record in terms of Dolarium, paperwork, and documents, all of that was in anticipation of the acceptance of access to our estate by way of our own systems. So, as a side note, what I was about to say is that when we say foremothers and forefathers, and we're talking about the high seas and commerce, when you look back into the ancient records, who was it and how many were there on Noah's Ark? According to the anthropomorphic, we know those are children's stories, there were 4 men and 4 women, Noah and his 3 sons and their wives, right? Their consorts. And so when we say 4 mothers and 4 fathers, that's actually what that's all about. 4 is actually spelled F-O-U-R, as well as being spelled F-O-R-E. Because again, we're talking about being kept safe from being lost at sea. Islam. And so we are the court of record for all commerce, as commerce is our ancient inheritance, and these more sovereign alarm gold receipt demonstrations are proof of our status, authority, and inheritance. Appropriations from the public treasury for lawful money is stated by our recording and publishing of our commercial exchanges. According to the Constitution for the United States, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, which states that money shall be drawn from the Treasury by appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. And this is written in ancient English. This is our Constitution that we put on the public record. And again, all we did was build the structure so that the babble would stop and we would do our own everything. Okay? And so commerce is our inheritance. That's ours.
Islam,
Empress.
Empress is trying to get in.
Islam.
Islam.
Thank you. Commerce is our inheritance. Islam. Empress Malaya, did you put that in the chat?
I did not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just one moment. Let me see. Empress Malaya, open your microphone so that I can find the other one.
Okay. This is me speaking now.
Okay. Sometimes they run out before I can hit that button to get them out of here.
Okay.
Just one moment.
If you need more context, my last message was wow with the hands up. That was me.
Okay. Islam. And so, just a moment. Okay. And listen, the point of all of that interruption and stuff is to slow our energy, but we'll get past all of that. We'll get past. It's to slow our energy because we're moving so quickly. We're moving very quickly, and we're accomplishing so much so fast. Just a moment. Okay. And so, let's see. Empress Malaya. Okay. So now, I think what I'll do, okay. So now, I want to be sure.
Hey, Willie from Canada, are you recording my voice? You were going to put me in jail, Willie from Canada.
So now, part 3. Part 3. This is the part that I wanted to get to in terms of those doing business as or those subjects in the office of court jester and things like that. So I'm talking about energies. I'm not even talking about people. I'm talking about energies. The alien subject energies have previously alluded to always adding another step to the processes because they wanted to break our confidence so that we will stop before we recognize what we're about to show you. Our processes align with all ancient trust documents to include the Biblios, the Bible, and the Holy Quran as we close the door on debt and then open the door to our natural prosperity and wealth. Our processes close the door to debt, and then we have to turn. We can't just sit there with the door closed. We have to open the door to our wealth and our prosperity. Okay, and that is what that's what all of this is about. So, adding steps is not anything other than that. Close the door on the debt properly according to the financial processes and open the door to our wealth. In the past, Moors would either close the door and presume that the process should work. They would just do one lien and expect everything to be open and all of that, when that is not the system. That's not the only thing that we must do. Our system is set up to close the door on the debt and open the door to the wealth. And so without opening the door to their wealth, the wealth could not flow. And that's what we've done, and that's what we're continuing to do with the steps and things that we're doing. Our ancestors put these processes in place so that we can share them and demonstrate them, so that there's no corruption in this new era that belongs completely to us. So closing the door on the debt, we could not let the wealth in with all that debt in the way of our lives, each one of us of our lives. I'm not even talking about out there. I'm talking about each one of us in our own lives. Listen to me carefully, please. The more of that fiat paper, we're just talking about paper. We're not talking about things. These things belong to us. All of these things that you can feel and touch, all of that belongs to us. We're not talking about getting rid of that. What we are talking about getting rid of is the paper that was pretending to govern those. So every document that is used to get things and to do things, we must restate them, and we can have those things. So here is an example of close the debt door, and open the wealth door. I found this online. It was just something that randomly popped up as usual. It's a document from someone enacting being a bank. Just one moment. There's the link in the chat. I just put that link in the chat. Just one moment. Empress Malaya, if you could tell me if you know who that is putting that in the chat, because let me see. Oops.
I don't
Ravana.
right now.
Oh, okay, that's good. Don't worry about it. If you don't, if it doesn't.
Islam.
Islam.
Yes, I just put something in the chat and a link to YouTube video on PBS where they are suddenly giving back the land that they have stolen from our people. So that's all good news. I just thought I would share. So yeah, the link is in there.
Islam.
Yeah.
Thank you, Justice Willie. We appreciate it. So, I believe that was Ravana. Just one moment.
Oh, Pinko, where is your voice at? Where is your voice at?
Was that you in the meeting? Okay. Okay. And so I put a link in the chat of a document. Let's take a look at it really quickly because I want to show where, again, we must close the door on the debt. And sometimes, I will say this, in the past, as we were looking at closing the door on debt, that part scared some people. You know, it scared some people. Or they would close the door on the debt, and when that door closed, they didn't realize that that door, that they spoke to that door and it needed to close, but then you have to turn around and open the door to your credit. So this is a document here that it's from someone doing business as Tri-County Bank, or previously doing business as Tri-County Bank, on how to switch accounts, how to go from one bank to another. Okay. And as I looked at this, just one moment, there's a little bit of an echo. Cynthia, is that you? Cynthia? Okay, Islam. Okay, Islam. And so, as we're looking at this this document, just one moment. It's called a switch kit. And the reason and how this will help us is as we're moving from the previous quote unquote banking, because it wasn't real banking, to what we're doing now. Just one moment. To what we're doing now, we will be able to know the steps in moving from the dead banking to living banking. Okay. Just one moment. Let me pull the document up. Just one moment. Okay. I believe we got it on the screen here. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay. So now they're doing the same thing. They're saying the same thing. What they're saying is close the door on the other and then open the door on this bank. So we're going to take these steps and we're going to restate these steps so that we can do our own, continue to move in the direction of doing our own everything. Okay. And again, the thought of this is there's some programming that will probably come with this. The thought of stop using your old bank. We know that there's some programming there. We're actually the way that this is going to look, Morris, is that your old, for example, I'll just use myself as an example. Let's say Navy Federal is the bank. And again, we know we're the original Navy Federal, and we're the original of all banks. I don't have to stop using that account. But what I have to do is replace everything or restate point for point that account. We already have merchant cards and things like that. Now we're going to, those were just the format of how we're doing our own banking. And so now what we're going to be doing is, just one moment, looks like there's a lot of something going on in the chat, but I can't see it. Just one moment. Okay, so now I won't worry about it. Gotcha. So now, just one moment. Let me get back to the document. So what they say, and we're gonna just adopt this and continue step by step moving in the direction that we're at. It says stop using your old bank account. You will need to leave sufficient funds in the account to cover all outstanding checks and automatic payments that have not cleared. So we don't have any debt. So the payments that you're going to be leaving is documentation. And that's why we talked about margins like we did. And we talked about honors banking. So all I'm going to do is open that same, using the same numbers and everything, an honors account. It is an account that is, the foundation of the account is an honors account. That's the foundation of it. And then all of the credits, I'm going to move them over.
Greetings, Empress Light. So sorry to interrupt, Islam. Could you let Shosha in, please? It's locked her out again.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Islam.
Thank you, Empress. Islam. Okay, and so it says here you will need to destroy any unused checks, deposit tickets, ATM, and debit cards, or you can bring them in with you and our customer service representative will shred them for you at no charge. Now, what are they saying here? What they're really doing, or what they were really doing in the past, this is what they had Moors doing when it was switching in 1933. This is what happened. Moors would bring in the cards and stuff that they created. They would take it in, the old card and the old membership account and the old membership paperwork. They would take that into the corporate corpse banks, and the bank would say, yeah, we'll take those. And then what they would do is issue them.
So do we get to hear from Ravana herself, or are you using her as child labor? Let us hear from Ravana.
And they would take the documentation, and they wouldn't shred it. They would keep it. And why did they keep it?
Yeah, come on, Pauline. Where is your daughter, your little slave?
They would take the documentation and capitalize it, because those were actually Treasury documents. And what did they do? Send them to the quote-unquote Treasury as a bond, Now, let me say this about that. A little while ago, probably about 4 or 5 months ago, I showed you all where I bundled up the passport, their driver's license, their student IDs, their Social Security card. I bundled all of that stuff up, all of it, and sent it.
And over the days and weeks, it's all going to materialize.
To King County Superior Court, whom we have put in their proper status. I've bundled every ID, every document, that marriage license, the whole nine. They said the marriage license wasn't there, but it was. All the documentation. I put all of that into a thing with an affidavit that says, here is your person. You can have the dead person. We are alive. And what happened, I showed you all the result of that. When they sent everything back, they took it into their inventory. They did an inventory list and noted everything in there. They wrote down the numbers and everything, and they sent me back the inventory list with the documents. So I was basically telling them that I am not a dead person. I'm living. I'm alive. Okay. Now, I know that they sent them back. Now that I'm looking back at the
absolutely nothing that they sent it back. It means
and so they sent all of that back with their inventory list on a piece of paper. And that was, again, just me saying to them that they don't have any authority over us. We have our own IDs. We have our own everything. And so with us having our own everything, just one moment, because I created my driver's license, I created my state security number and all of that. I've created all of that. So I have authority over it. The numbers are exactly the same. My driver's license number, that sequence of numbers is the same as the one from the last era. Same. The only difference being, again, we've leaned everything and everyone associated with that last era, and now we're the fiduciary of any letters that we create. Any letters that we create. Let me give you a quick little side note about letters. When in the quote unquote Ivy League schools, they would always give any of those the modern European males who captured the idea of capitalism and began capitalizing Moors, they would give them a letterman's jacket. They would give them a letterman's jacket. That's what that was for. Because they grasped the concept of what they must do. And so then what they would do is go out and start a business and begin capturing Moors and contracting with the Moors. And the more names you capitalized and caught and captured, the more money you, quote unquote, fiat, rather. It's not money, it's fiat. The more debt notes you got. Okay? So, again, with these, they're saying bring in all of your old stuff, we'll take it. Okay? And they don't just shred it. We would actually have to look up the meaning of the word shred. So then, switch your direct deposits. Complete the switch kit. And we're going to have something like that. We already have it, really, a switch kit, A switch kit is a nationality package, and we don't sell them for anything other than Dolarium, but that's not even for the package. That's just a donation. So again, it says change in direct deposit form and give to your employer, retirement plan, etc. Attach a deposit ticket or voided check after opening your account. Okay. All this is right here, step 2, is notify, notify, notify. That's just notifying all of your resources that you have changed from this to this. Okay, so they're following the court, all of the proper court processes in terms of bringing in the old documents. That will help identify you. So now, Morris, how will we use this information? We're going to use this information because we've created our own documents and our own banking documents and everything. And so we take and our own IDs and everything. They can't say that my driver's license is not a real driver's license because it meets the mandate. And the mandate is one we put out there, not anything done by anybody else. My driver's license is a Washington driver's license that I created because I'm the government, and we all are. And it has all of the information that a driver's license shall have on it to say that I'm doing commerce. And where Moors where Moors had learning opportunities is when they would take nationality IDs and try and go open a bank account. That's not really how you open a bank account. You open it up with a state ID. A state ID is our state, not theirs. So we must create our own state documents. And again, proof of that, Article 1508 on the U.S. Department of Justice website states that a birth certificate, a driver's license, and a social security card or any of those IDs are in the absence of a national ID. A national ID can be our driver's license, okay? Now, they were talking about for purposes of travel. However, where states are concerned and state banking is concerned, you use state IDs for that. Because you don't really want to put your national ID on that process. Because your national ID is already going to be on that process because it's on the public record. Okay? It's on the public. And again, we're not saying there's anything wrong with that. We're saying that in the interest of order, in that dead system, we didn't have a national ID. So we did banking with state IDs. Well, we're the state now, so we create a state ID and we do banking with it, and the system will recognize it. See, we were having problems in the last, before, with people quote unquote recognizing our IDs because of that. And so now what we say is, okay, let's do state IDs. Let's do a driver's license. We issue our own driver's license though. Okay. So now, change in automatic payments. Complete the change in automatic payments form to change all automatic withdrawals or automated payment services. Again, all services and all banking is automated. All of it is automated. You do not need any third-party interlopers in banking. Banking is without breathing persons or people. It's a system. It's a system. And we just speak to that system by affidavit and then by our own corporate documents. Our corporate documents, not theirs. And then it says here, closing your old account. Send the switch authorization to close account form to your previous financial institution to close your accounts. After all of your checks have cleared, they will send you a check for the remaining balance. So this is basically how we're going to close one door, the door to the debt, and open the door to our own banking and our own wealth. So stop using the old banking account. For us is liens and levies and all of that. Okay, and then that number of credits that you see in there then becomes the new bank account. So your bank account, just on the face of it, it won't look like it changed, not initially. But the documents governing it are going to change, and you are the governor of your account. And that's really what we're doing, is putting the proper fiduciary documentation along with the processes on the record. And saying, because see, as an example of this, with the Navy Federal bank account that I was showing you all about, that bank account, which I don't even know what that looks like right now, but let me, just one moment. I'm just going to do this just because I'm going to do it just to see. I'm going to do it just to see, because I want to state something here. Because we did all of the documentation. Just one moment. To close everything down. Okay, we see that it's still open. And it should be. Just one moment. Okay, so I won't be able to enter the code until I check the email, and I won't do that here. But we see that access is still there. We did the closing of the debt on this particular account, this Navy Federal. You all have seen the documentation, the paperwork in previous videos. We showed you how we had served them with notification and all of that. And so what they were then wanting to see was the account is still there, but it's a new account. So I stated this before, that what I have to do now, it's not what I have to do, what I'm going to do in terms of the demonstration is look at the procedure, and the procedure is this right here, which is I've already shut down the fraud on the account. I'm the fiduciary on that account officially right now, and that will always be. But what I have to do now is send a corporate document that says that's opening the account again, opening it. I still have access to it, but I have to open it as an honors account. So what we showed you in the last, in the previous Congressional Assembly is what has to be done now, is proper documentation that shows this is what happens when you see my signature come through this bank. When you see any documents with my signature on them, they are to be honored. And, you know, payment is to go out, and so on and so forth. And it is an honors, it's honors banking. So we have to show how things came in and how things went out. There's no limit to what we can have in our bank accounts, but we have to show where it came from. So if money came from a trust account, then that you show where that came from and how it ended up that you got a deposit of that magnitude in your account. Because our accounts are going to have, that's what a quantum system is one that can can account for all those zeros and all of those, those high numbers. But you have to be able to prove where the money came from. So I can deposit Delarium in my account at any time. Let's say
you can't even use your card. Can I watch the next time a bot fucks you in the
I can deposit Delarium in my account, and then, for example, if I gave the sea salt that I sold to Empress Aaliyah. Wait a minute. To Empress Aisha. The sea salt that I sold to Empress Aisha, I can deposit that amount of Delarium into my account because I have accountability of where that money came from, no matter how much I sold it to her for.
You can't even prove to us, can you, that your daughter doesn't buy your bullshit?
And so I can prove that I sold that to her. Now, she was generous with her Delarium. She sent a bunch of Delarium for that sea salt that I sent to her. And so even to this day, because I have proof that the sea salt was sold, it was received. I even have the certified document. It was sent using our mailing process, so we don't use fiat to send mails and to send packages and parcels. And so I have proof of where that money came from. It came from Empress Aisha and from the sale of the sea salt. And so I could literally deposit that amount of Delarium into my account, and it must be honored. I just have not completed that process yet because the ancestors wanted to give us the language for the honors account. And we knew that they wanted us to hold off just a little bit longer on that because of the way that our ancestors do things. They give us something to demonstrate, and they don't always give us the whole picture from start to finish because it's a lot. But they give us enough to demonstrate, and once we demonstrate that, then they show us, okay, this is next. Okay, they're giving us the closing of the debt doors. That they gave us that with the lien and the levy process, and now they're giving us the ways to restate other processes. We could restate every process at Earth, so we could be showing how to restate processes into eternity, really, because there's so many things that we have access to when we restate properly. And you all know how to restate because all it is look at the old process, look at whatever forms they had, and then properly first do it by affidavit, and then let that affidavit be the mooring that grounds the form that you create. Okay? And so are there any questions about opening the doors and closing the right doors and all of that? Any questions about how to use this information that is on the screen?
Islam,
Empress.
Yeah. You once said that any account that we have had with that institution, they never really closed those accounts, and we can take those same sequence of numbers and also convert those. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
That goes for credit cards. That goes for all. It doesn't even matter the status of it because none of that was real in the first place. And again, that's why we do the fiduciary document stating that all letters, numbers, and all of that, no matter what the sequence is, that belongs to us. And then we restate everything the same way they did when they, back in the day, the corpses, all they did was take names and numbers and put them in black ink and capital letters and say, oh, we own these because we created them. And we're stating that we create and speak for ourselves. No one represents us on a piece of paper. And so by the same token, we can recreate any document out there, any treasury document, any paper out there, because we're the treasury. So, for example, when the subject in the office of Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, when she put a letter on the public record about them being so broken that they can't continue, we can look at that and say the exact opposite and use the letterhead, but of course we edit the letterhead and make it national. So we're the national treasury. They were the dead corpse corporate treasury. And then there's a third treasury, which is the subjects. So Janet Yellen, in corpse status, is a Janet Yellen that we don't recognize, we don't acknowledge, we don't know anything about that one. All we did, because we leaned that one and put that one, sent that one on. Okay? But then there's a Janet Yellen that is a subject of the Moors who is saying things and doing things, and we know how to interpret what our subject is saying. And so then what we do is we take any logos of any kind and we make them national logos, okay, by putting some red in there. You know, that's really what we do with them, is we just add some red to it. And if there's any, you know, if we want to change the name of it, we do. And then we issue corporate documents that way, you know, because we've always been the nationals. There's always been a national government, and then there was a corporation that was the subjects who were doing commerce. That's really what our subjects were for, is to do commerce while we slept. And then we would do commerce when we woke up, and they would assist with that. Okay? So,
I have a question.
Yes.
All right. Help me now. I'm trying to understand or understand what you're saying and what you're doing. Because I have a little different perspective on things. Like for me, I have the Canadian citizenship. I have their passport. It is my intention to become a full-fledged Moor with all that goes along with it. The problem I'm having is that they have a system of commerce that we interact with them even as Moors, or if you're a national, like the U.S. provide you with nationality where you can get out of the whole system of citizenship and you can nationalize. It doesn't have to be a Moor. You can use all different types that they provide you. Now, because we have to do commerce with them, for instance, if I want to go across the Canadian border to the U.S., all I have to do is back out my citizenship from the Canadian, and they ask me 2 or 3 questions and I'm over the border, and I come back 2 or 3 questions and I'm back home. Now, I use that for ease of movement, travel, whatever you want to call it, and commerce. And so is the driver's license, just for, well, I don't really like it because driver's license is usually the way that they get to stop you and intimidate you and put you in jail or do all their kind of thing. Well, luckily for me, I've never had any problem with them. But the point is, so what I hear you saying, well, and I need to understand what you're saying. As Moors, what we're trying to, because the reason I'm asking this, for instance, let's say I'm traveling to Jamaica, where I'm from. And I also need the ease of travel. I call, they say, what's your passport? I give them a Canadian passport number. I buy my tickets. I go my way on the airplane. Because as Moors, we don't have the alternative where I can tell them, well, I don't need to take your plane. I don't need your passport. I don't need your this. I don't need your that. Because we have an alternative with the Moors. They have their own plane, they have their own system, they have their own everything, banking, supermarket, everything. So we're independent. So in the meantime, for the ease of use, and I use their thing. What are you saying? Where are we getting out of their system totally? But how do we do commerce when they believe, whether we agree or not, they have the clout. They have the clout in the sense that it's illegitimate, and we know that. They use force, and we know that. They have their cage, they have their army, they have their police, blah, 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 blah. They can do all kind of illegitimate thing to us. We know that. They can say our documents are fraudulent, blah, blah, blah. They can do that, right? They have that kind of power over people because they use illegitimate power against us. That's the only authority they really have. What are you saying in terms of what do we? And I know my question is long-winded. What are we supposed to do to get totally independent of their system and have a system banking, as you mentioned, everything for ourselves? That is what I want to help me to understand that, because I have to teach classes at times.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the planes that they use are not theirs. Those are ours. When you, and this is how they're ours. Let me explain that. All corporations, when they said we're going to go to Delaware, to Chancery Court, to the Queen's Court, and we're going to incorporate. Whenever they went there, that is where they take the oath to this flag right here, this red flag with the green 5-pointed star. And they say, when the Moors stand up and be themselves, we will honor their status. So with regard to the planes and stuff, that came from our estate. There's no such thing as an airplane that doesn't belong to the government. They all have government numbers and all of that. We just have to know who the government is. The government can ground the planes like we did. All we did was lean them, and here comes COVID shutting everything down. And so, but we have to know that we're the government. So now, the planes don't belong to them. They know it. The TSA, we're the original TSA, but we have to prove that. How do we prove that? Prove that we're the original people first. Then we can prove we were the original TSA. So what we're doing is not, we're not fighting against them. There's nothing to fight over. We already know who was here first. We already know that when they came here, we told them that everything belongs to us and that you can't have title to any land. So they don't have title to any land, period. As we continue to stand up, and this is where Moors are going to have to know who they are, Justice Willie, our standing up is not going to be without testing. Some are looking for the easy way. They're non-confrontational. And we're not confronting anyone either, because when we stand, our subjects sit down. We must do so competently and peacefully. So the only reason they use force is because there's a contract in the system somewhere. So over time, what we're doing is looking at everything that was done previously, and all we're doing is saying, okay, let's fix this part right here. We see this, let's fix it, and then test what we fix. Okay, let's fix this part. Let's issue our own national, let's just start with the national ID, and then let's demonstrate it and see. Well, now that we've been doing this work for a few years, we can see where all we had to do was recreate everything they did, and everything we do will work. Recreate a passport. Now, I know that there are some Moors who are doing passports. Our passport should look almost exactly like theirs, except our passport should note that we are who we are. Okay, so they didn't invent any processes. They didn't come up with any ideas, nothing new. Everything that they did was a template for what we should be doing. And that's how you get out of the system. You declare your nationality, and then you begin to restate all documents, everything. Anything coming to you from them, no matter what form it comes in, must be restated.
I get that, but as I said, they have this way of accusing people who present something that's different from theirs or similar, and they will want to call it fraudulent. I'll take, for instance, recently I bought a car from a friend, and you know, we are accustomed to signing in red ink or maybe blue. Mm-hmm. And the gentleman signed the car paper, the registration to transfer the car to me in red. Mm-hmm. And when I took it to them, oh no, this is illegal. No, they can't do it in red. You can't do it in red. No, no, that's illegal. You gotta go change that.
Did they show you that in writing?
Well, no, but remember, these people are compartmentalized idiots. All of them are compartmentalized idiots.
Oh, did you just answer your question? Yeah. Did you just answer your own question?
But you see, for the sake of yes. Again, I don't have the time and the energy. If you have it, God bless you. I don't have the time and energy to fight with people in the sense of wanting to pick a fight and sue all of them and lean them and all of that. I just do that when it's absolutely necessary. But I went outside. She said, get a blue ink and just write it over and accept it. And you know what? I just went and did it because I just want this car to be sold. There was a time factor involved. By the time I had to go to whatever, or go dispute it and all of that, it's going to be more money or problem upon problem. So I just get it and do the blue and say, you know what, whatever. Did I do something wrong?
Did you pay them whatever it was, whatever the fee was?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just to get the transaction going. That's what they want, and that's why I say to people, you see, it's like, oh, maybe I'm wrong, and that's why I'm here for you to let me know if I'm wrong. But my approach is, I just see that says that, look, over the years, maybe we went to sleep, and they have come here, they came for refugee status, they tricked us, they did a lot of damages, they did a lot of atrocities, and they also stole what was, it's like, as I've said before, I am homeless, and I come to you and say, Tajiri, I am homeless, can you help me? Please help me. And you say, all right, Willie, I'll give you a room around the back. And I take that room, and then before you know it, I start be the man of your house, take over your house, and push you out of the house. Before you know it, you are the one who is homeless. That is exactly what they have done. So they have shafted us with their trickery and illegitimacy, right? Yeah. What's the point I'm making? So what I say is, since as they came and they helped to build and do whatever, set up system and structures, because that's how they function, I just work along with it reluctantly, because we, over the years, have tacitly agreed. It says that they govern through the consent of the governed. We have allowed it over these years to continue to prosper, and they have just shafted us and pushed us one side, like the native people, for instance, in Canada. They push the people way on the outskirts, some far out land, that to get food to them is a problem. And, you know, they have the worst part of the country that, you know, and they have the best part, although things are changing. So the whole point is, I go along with their system just for commerce and the ease of use and all of that. But the day that I see us as a people do what you're doing, and we have tens of thousands like you who are putting structures and systems and reclaiming what we have sat down and allow them to. It's just like you're claiming what they call it, claiming your minor estate. So we come to say we're taking back that which you have stolen from us. But it's right now, you're in your corner doing your little thing, but we need tens of thousands more like you all around to be doing what you're doing for it to be effective, because there's power in numbers. Am I wrong in saying that?
We have tens of thousands doing it, but they're not going. It's not their job to tell us that. We have to know it, and we know it. Now, Justice Willie, let me just say this about what you said. First of all, thank you for your candor and your honesty. I believe there's an echo coming from one of the lines. I want to be sure that everyone can hear. Let me say this about the trickery. You did ask if you were wrong about what you did, and I will answer the question honestly. Yes, you were wrong. The trickery that you talk about, what they did in the beginning, let's say I give you a room, and before you know it, you're claiming the whole domicile. Let me tell you how that trickery happened. The trickery happened when someone goes to the DMV and they write in red, and someone doesn't show them in writing that they can't write in red and their sovereign would be on the land and do their documentation on the land. And whoever it is that goes there, Justice Willie, for example, just says, you know what, I'm not going to argue with them. I'm just going to do what they say. That's the trickery. She didn't even show you in writing where it can't be in red, because it can be in red. It can be in red. It can be. I don't have to be there to know that. If you're filling out their form, that's when they can say things are fraud, because their forms are not living forms anyway. So it shouldn't be in red. We should take their form and restate it and then hand it to them. And when you do it that way, you don't pay them fiat. You can mail it in and send Delarium or hand it to them. And so that's where the trickery came in, when Moors got so busy that they didn't want to stop and correct them. We didn't even want to take the time to read, or even say to them, show me where it says in your corporate manual, show me where it says this can't be in red. Show me. Show me. And I guarantee you, they don't even know their own rules. They don't know them. And even if she had shown you, it's your form, not hers. It's your account. A driver's license is an account. DMV records are accounts. But if we just keep saying we're too busy, the ancestors are saying, okay, we're going to shut all the job stuff down, and let's see how busy they are then. Yeah, we'll keep them. We'll make sure everybody eat every day, but they're going to get the work done. Because, see, we really don't have an excuse. We don't have an excuse. We can't be that busy that we can't mind our business. That's our business. We got to mind our business. Now, if you're looking for them to okay your documents, Again, when you restate the document, they don't have a say. They're muted. If you had taken that same registration form home, scanned it in, and restated that thing, and handed it back, first of all, they can't say that it don't fit in the system, because it does, because it's the same document. But you stated it properly, everything is properly identified. Now, they can't call it fraud because it ain't theirs. It's yours. That's the point of restating things. If you're looking for them to just okay us redoing their documents, they're not going to do it, because they know we can restate everything, because we're the real government who should be issuing forms and formats and affidavits and things anyway. So again, even, if you don't have time to stand, they can accuse you of fraud if you're using their form, because if you use their form, that means you're admitting to being their corpse. And you can stand and say you're the man, you're a living man, you're a breathing man. You can say that all day, but the form that you filled out and signed says otherwise, because that's theirs. Just make one that looks just like it, but put it in red and hand it to them. And let me say this about the fraud part. If you let them accuse you of fraud, see, let me prove to you that they knew it wasn't fraud. She could have called the police. If it was really fraud, she would have called the police and had them arrest you on the spot. Why didn't she? Why didn't they have you arrested on the spot for fraud? Because they knew it wasn't. They know it's not. They just know right now that you're learning to be yourself. And so she even showed you that it's not going to work. All she did was say, you can't do it that way, you got to do it this way. Which is not a thing. That's not a thing. That's not real.
But the thing is, if I may.
Yes, indeed.
The thing is, most of these people are carrying out orders of the corporation, from the police, the policy enforcers, to everybody in their department.
No, they're not.
They are simply following orders. They're order followers. And whatever it is that they're trained to do, they don't know the law. They go there, just get a little training to enforce the policy of the corporation. And so that is what they go to do. They don't know whether they're doing right or wrong. Some of them themselves, if you should take the time to educate them, they themselves will withdraw from the system. I've heard of lawyers themselves, bright lawyers, who realize that they are one of the main problems to society, because they make all of these documents, all of these invoices, everything. Right now, I don't know how many of us realize it. The real fight that we're having is the Bar Association, because they are the ones who set up all these legalities and contracts and all of. They are the ones we're fighting with, as simple as you take it. Think about it. Every move you make, they have a legal department here, legal department there, and they're the ones who write stuff to benefit the corporation. So they're really the ones we're fighting. And a lot of them, some of them innocently go there, think that they're doing good, but they just don't know better. Some may know better.
To assume that they don't know better is a folly. That's a folly. Don't do that. Don't assume that they don't know better, because they do.
Some.
Nope, every last one of them, every policy enforcer, every fake attorney, they all know better. They know who we are. They're actors. They're actors, acting like they don't know, but they do know.
You know why I said that some of them don't know? Because when you take the time and you give them the proper education, showing them the damages that they have done and what they're causing, the havoc they're wreaking on society, a lot of them quit this bar association, and I've heard of cases. So a lot of them don't know. I am convinced. Because once you show them the truth.
Why they quit? They quit because they're hearing from the gods. If the gods start judging them, that's why they quit. Because they're hearing the voices of the gods judging them.
Yeah, the honest ones, when you bring things to their knowledge and they realize, oh my God, there are some people who have been teaching for years, and when you show them that what you've been teaching all these years is a lie, they quit and they regret it for the rest of their life that they've been teaching this and think that it is truth. There's a lot of people out there that are doing things and they don't realize that they're in error. It's, in error. And it takes somebody to wake them up and say, look, you have been teaching a lie. You've been preaching a lie all these years. And so when you show them the truth.
Let me just ask you, Justice Willie. How many people have gone to these fake courts and said they're Moors and you don't hear nothing about it on the news? It should be regularly on the news because it's regularly happening. How come you don't hear about it on the news?
Because they use the media to manipulate truth.
That means they know. That means they know.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying some are not privy and don't know what is going on in the background, but I'm saying not all of them. A lot of them who are just frontline workers, they don't know what they're doing.
Well, let me say this about about they don't know. Let me say something about that because I disagree with that because I know who we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
Let me prove that they do know. They all know because not one of them has opened their mouths and said, hey, we've got Moors on the land, or these people claiming to be Moors. Maybe we should go talk to them. Let's have a community meeting. None of that because they know who we are. None of that because they know who we are. That's why they don't do it. That's why they mute, because we mute them because of who we really are. They know already. And the ones that are sitting up there acting like they don't know, the only time that they do jump ship is when they figure out that we know the whole story now. We know the whole story. We know about the capitalism. We know about the lettermen. We know about all of that. They know.
But a lot of them, I don't know if it's me or you guys cutting out. I keep getting it.
It's yours cutting out. You just cut out again. Justice Willie, are you there? Justice Willie, are you there? If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Let me just take a look here and see. Justice Willie? I'm trying to unmute him, and I can't even unmute him.
Is it you or me?
There you go. We can hear you.
Keep dropping off. Is it my end or yours?
It is yours because they can hear me.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I don't want us to have these conversations,
Yeah.
I was gonna just say, as a follow-up to what we've been discussing, that a lot of, for instance, lawyers, they go to school, they learn case law upon case law upon case law. They don't know law. They don't study law, but they learn procedures and all those things. Why? Because, I've gone to court here in Canada, and I've asked a simple question. is this a court of record? Oh, what does that mean? They don't know what is a court of record, and they're working in the court. I say, is there a section for common law cases? Oh, what is common law? They don't know. I don't know if they're pretending.
They're acting. But let me tell you why they're acting. Then I'll just tell you why. Anytime they see these faces coming in there talking about where's the court, they know that you're not fully competent yet. That you're the court. They know you're not competent yet. When you go into those places and you're asking them, where's the judge? Where's the court? Where, is this the common law court? They're not going to answer any of that because they know that you are not competent to know that you're the court. You must know that in order for them to say anything competent at all, and they're actually going to be quiet when you start speaking because you're the judge. That's why they play stupid.
But there's court versus there's court. There's venue. The court is the venue. The physical place is the venue. I agree with that.
No. Listen to what you said, because you're right. But you got to know which physical is the venue. Mm-hmm. Your physical, your body is the venue. Your body, your jurisdiction, your bloodline is the venue. You are jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is not where you're in the jurisdiction here, but down the street you're someplace else. That's why they kick doors in. Because the jurisdiction is the same for them, but it's the same for us too. We own the land no matter where we are. That's why they were arresting people anywhere, including in churches and carrying on. The jurisdiction don't change. Now, when you said that, does that make sense that the jurisdiction doesn't change? You can go down the street all you want to go down the street, but if they want to come and get you where you at, they coming. And that's only if you're in that jurisdiction and not this one that we're all in or at. In fact, we are the jurisdiction. No matter where I am is court. I proved that by doing court actions in a cell for 10 days straight, and they couldn't move, couldn't do a darn thing about what I was saying. They were scared either way. They didn't know whether to let me go or keep me. So when you say that, that they're even going back to when you say that they're following orders, you know whose orders they're following? With regard to blacks and Negroes and colored folk, they're following our orders. And citizens, we said that that's the treatment that citizens and enemies of the state and blacks and Negroes and coloreds are supposed to get. We said that is how you treat them until they wake their behinds up and stop acting like they don't have time to govern their estate. And as long as they're acting in ignorance, treat them like that. And the trouble will make them wake up. The trouble. Because we're not Yakub's experiment. We're not that. So, yeah, we have to wake up. Yes, we're wrong when we know better, but we don't do better. Because, see, again, if they can call you a fraud like that and you let them call you a fraud, they can then turn around and send you something in the mail saying, we're accusing you of fraud. And it's only because you consented to be fraud. You agreed with her. And then turned around and gave them military script. Military script. so that they can finish carrying out their military actions. That is where we've said, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing any push of allowing others to govern our estate. We're not. And, you know, at some point, all of us did what you did and said, we don't have time to go. You know, that's what the sleep was about. So we're not judging you for that, but you did ask, were you wrong for that? So we had to tell you the truth. We're going to tell the truth, and we appreciate that you asked for the truth, because some don't want to hear it. But see, if you don't make time to govern your estate in the small things, then they will make it a big thing, and all your time will be spent governing it.
There's a little saying that always helps to guide me, and it's a simple saying. It is not every fly that passes your face you have to fan it away. Meaning, I don't have to fight every battle that comes my way when it is not vitally important. Like right now, I am fighting for my land. That's vitally important, and I have moved heaven and earth because that's significant. It's leaving a legacy for my kids. So I throw off people, I shut down lawyers, and I claim back my land, and I kick off who I am to kick off, and everybody stay put right now. It's unbelievable that I even muster the courage, because there was a time I was scared of the lawyer writing me and say, I'm going to put a lien against you, and I'm going to whatever it is that they threaten you with. And I was literally scared. Now, having applied myself to knowledge, I have twisted and turned the table against them in the past couple of months. It's about 4 different lawyers. They could not answer me back. They could not. And I'm from the city. There's a restaurant, there's a group, and they have just gone silent, because that I am fighting for the legacy to leave that behind with my offspring. So that I will fight. But some simple little things like it don't matter, it's not a big deal. I don't have to get into always a confrontation. Recently, and I'm sorry to be taking up so much of your program, but recently, because of the work I've been doing, the city became so enamored with me and angry with me. You know what they did? I know you're not gonna like this either. You're gonna rebuke me, but I did went to their notary to notarize my documents when I'm sending it to their people. You know what they do? They called the notary and said, "Don't sign any document for me." And the notary said, "Sorry, I can't sign a document for me." And I said, "What is your bond number? What is so and so and so?" And I was going to sue him as well. And but I said, you know what? I have, my plate is full. My hand is full. Trying to do my trials, trying to do my own life, sort of my thing. Do I want to take on every battle? No, I don't. I yield.
Islam. And you know what? That's called demonstrating at the level of your overstanding. That's where you choose to be. Our ancestors they're graceful. They give us grace. However, at the time that we're at right now, when we know better, we must do better. Because when you're talking about a legacy for your heirs, it's the little foxes that stole the stuff in the first place. It's those little tiny foxes that spoiled the whole vine. The vine. You're talking about leaving something for your heirs. What you don't want to leave for them is somebody foreign being able to call them a fraud and them get scared. You don't want to leave that for your heirs. That's why and it's not even a fight. It's not a fight. It's us being who we really are. That should be every day. That should be every day, an everyday thing. We're just ourselves every day. How is that a fight? It's not a fight. We just are. We just are. And so, yes, Islam Empress.
This is Shasha Anbay.
Islam.
I just want to say, I spent 6 days
Yes.
in a pit, okay?
Yeah.
In a hellhole, pissing in a filthy bucket, sleeping on cardboard, on the floor, okay, in the dark, with cockroaches running all over me, okay?
Yes.
My legacy for my children, my sons, is that their mother stood and did not capitulate. Okay? There is nothing else I must do while I'm here, breathing, living, than to stand and be who I am.
Yes.
So I just have to say, and I'm not being judgmental, but let me tell you, no, it's not a fight. 9 policy enforcers bust into my gate, stripped me, beat me, okay, and locked me up because I'm standing, because I stood, because I nationalized, because I put out documents, because I speak the truth every minute, okay? And my legacy, when people sent a lawyer to come and represent me, and I said, I will absolutely not become incompetent.
Ooh,
and
that's what that is.
Risk my son's estate, nor my own. Because to put me in a nut house, okay? To have me mentally evaluated as as mentally unfit, because I'm standing and speaking the truth and the law.
Yeah.
There is no other legacy. My sons who worry for me, and I have to tell them, this is not about a fight. This is not about anything other than the legacy that I will leave to you, is that you stand for who you are, for what you are, for the law and the truth. You cannot serve 2 masters.
You can't serve 2 masters. That's a good one, Empress.
Okay.
Let the truth be told. Let the truth be told. We affirm.
Islam.
Listen.
I affirm. Cynthia Anbay. Just
peace and love.
I affirm as well.
I affirm as well.
I affirm as well.
No, Empress Sasha.
Don't ever.
I love you.
Islam, Abbasi, Talib Bey. Them jokers kidnapped me too. I affirm.
Listen, we're not punks, okay? We're not punks, and we are not. This estate belongs to us and our heirs and their heirs. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Period.
The only way I showed up, Islam, the only way I showed up in their courts, okay, they sent the boys after me when I didn't show up. So they hit my front door. So, but hey, my thing is, okay, I'll go fight you on your grounds.
There it is. There it is.
And I did. And in my case, I got a pink letter said, I cannot be incarcerated in this case found guilty or not?
Because you stood.
Islam.
The system will yield to you when you stand.
Islam.
There is no fight. It's not a fight. It just is. We just are. We've been on this land the whole time. What's the fight about? Nothing.
I was told that they handed me a court hearing that never been done in a traffic court hearing before. And that was a Ferretta hearing. Seeing was I confident enough to represent myself on a traffic. What? Never heard of it.
Wow.
They only use Ferretta hearings in prisons.
Wow.
For inmates that are trying to represent themselves. You know, I did a little research after they told me, what is a Ferretta hearing?
Yeah. Well, they had to cast a spell, Justice Abbasi, hoping you would shut up.
Didn't work.
Of course not. You're sitting right here. Of course it didn't.
That, I had another court date. They canceled my court date because it was my get back.
Come on.
You know, I had proved with that letter that I can't be incarcerated, so why did you incarcerate me in the first place? Oh, it's my turn now.
Yeah.
So they canceled that next court date.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Justice Abbasi, listen, this large of an estate, we can't be scared. We got to stand. Or let me rephrase that. You can be scared, but you still got to stand.
I had butterflies. I ain't going to tell no lie.
It is what it is.
I ain't used to going into no courts. That's not my, place to hang out. You know?
It is mine, though.
But it is now.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. When you know who the court is.
Yes. Oh, I have a different outlook from that experience.
Yes, you do. You know what, Justice Abbasi? I'm so glad that you do, because listen, man knows not by being told. And Justice Willie, I'm speaking to you with this one. Man knows not by being told how powerful we are. We actually have to experience it. And then, as we're being tested, stand. Just stand. No matter what you know, no matter how long you've been knowing who you are, just stand on all that you know. And the ancestors will do the rest. I can trust me on that one. They'll do the rest. They will do the rest. Stand.
True.
Period.
Everyone have a right to a nationality. Everyone. You can't buy nationality, you can't sell it.
No.
You are born with that. So when
True.
we come from our mother's womb, a nation have been set up by her for you.
Yes.
So,
boy, Justice Abbasi, you sound like a new Justice Abbasi.
Hey. I tell these folks, man, what's really happening?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Islam,
Empress Nana.
Peace and love to all my Moorish kin here. This has been powerful. It really has. It's bringing me back to fighting CPS in Georgia for my children, and now my daughter, which I was fighting for, is now fighting for her children. This has been going on for 6 years. I've been in and out of court for 6 years, and for 5 years, 4 years. Now she's in and out of court. And I knew nothing of this. I am just learning all of this. But I never quit. They could not get rid of me. I don't care what kind of psychological thing they tried to do. It did not work. And I was at every court date. And every court date, I raised my hand and I spoke to the judge. But I did not know. My ancestors and elders must have been in that courtroom with me.
They were. They were. You are your ancestors' return, sister. Come on.
Gratitude. That's all I have is gratitude.
Yes.
And my daughter, which is 20 years old, is now fighting them for her 2 children. The case started with me, and they dribbled on down to her. And she is a mini-me to the 10th power.
There it is.
And I'm trying to teach her about nationality. I'm trying to teach her about status.
Yeah.
And she's fully accepting it. But tomorrow is another court date for her.
Yeah.
She's in Georgia, and I am in New York recovering from a surgery.
Yeah.
And all we've been doing on the phone is meditating. And I'm telling her, don't go in there irate.
Right. That's good advice, Mom.
Don't go and be irate. Just stand on your square.
Yes.
And all you got to say is, when are you going to close this case? And talk directly to the judge. When are you going to close my case? It's been 6 years.
Empress, tell her to close it. Tell her to state that the case is closed.
And I will call her, and I will tell her that.
That's just a suggestion, but she has to close it because she's the judge.
And I do. And gratitude for your lessons, gratitude for your wisdom, and gratitude for your sharing, because I fully get it now.
Yeah.
I fully understand now.
Yeah.
And I'm working on doing my nationality.
Yeah.
Because I want to be a firecracker in my nation. It's not going to be. Nothing's going to come easy. They couldn't do nothing easy with me anyway. So with this power and knowledge, oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I had a question, and I don't want to change the vibe. I don't. But may I ask it?
Sure.
And it's about the delirium.
Yes.
And I have not I have watched your other content, but not fully.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, how do I receive delirium?
What's your email address?
Okay.
If you would, because this is the public record, if you don't mind it being on a public record, can someone forward to her the delirium, Empress?
It's Sister Light. I'll forward it to her because I got an email already.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, send her the delirium. Yeah.
I will right now.
Well, thank you.
Islam?
Indeed, Empress. All you had to do was ask for your inheritance, and it's yours.
Gratitude.
Islam?
Gratitude. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Out of the energies, it's just something pulled me in you all's direction, and I have much gratitude and love for all my Moorish kin, and gratitude again. Islam,
and we're grateful that you're here, Empress. Another matriarch. Here we go. Let's get it. Islam, Justice Abbasi, I think you were going to say something, and Justice Willie, I think, was going to say something too.
Yeah, and not to. I don't want to sound. But anyway, I heard her saying that she needed to get her nationality done.
She did say that. So,
I did. I'm sorry for interrupting, but Empress Sasha Ann Bay did send me the 6 documents to study.
Yeah.
And, I studied them. I asked her a few questions. She did answer them. I believe I fully understand what I'm instructed to do.
Yeah.
And
Empress, nationality is very simple. If on this platform, if you said right now, I am a Moorish American national, you're nationalized. The paperwork is for you to study and know further how to stand on your nationality, but you're nationalized at your word. Your God, your word is
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
All right. Can I say something now?
Well, Empress, did you get what you needed, Empress?
If an email came through, I haven't seen it yet. But
okay.
Other than that, yes, I have received everything that I need.
Desired.
Gratitude.
Indeed, Empress. What you desired is what I meant to say. Islam. Justice Willie.
It is what I desire.
Yes, indeed. Islam. Justice Willie. Are you there, Justice Willie? We do want to move. I want to show the last few pages of the bond process. I do want to show those really quickly. It won't take long.
Yeah, my internet been in and out. Are you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, just quickly. For me, this is a war that we're in. And it is strategy that wins war. Now, I remember we used to have the World Cup. You would have Mexico, for instance, come to Jamaica to play us, and then we go back to Mexico. One of the worst things is a team beating you on your own turf, in your own court.
Mm-hmm.
I say this to say that I know that I don't believe in going to court either. But if I have to go to court, it is my strategy. It is what I say. It is how I present myself to the court that will determine the outcome. Because when I'm in court, I am the one who is in charge. I am the one who gives the orders. They are my servants. They take orders from me. I tell them what I want. I dismiss case. I end cases. I ask them, like recently there's a young man, he was violating some traffic without license. They called me and I told him exactly what to say to the cops. And they had to release him. And then they had him in court. I told him exactly a simple thing to say in court. Bring me the body, the hurt person, and if you can't bring me a body or a hurt person, I'm just paraphrasing, then I require you to dismiss this case. The case was discharged. So I can go in their court and just the way and the mannerism and what I say to that court and taking charge of that court shows them I don't enter as a defendant. No, that's when you are going as the corpus. But when you go as a man and you stand up and you stand your ground as a man, and by that I mean generic man, man and woman, when you stand your ground and know how to handle your business, case should be dropped. And it's a simple process. Whether it's losing your child or children, offspring, as a matter of fact, I tell people don't ever go to court and talk about my children. That's when you lost the case. Don't ever go and talk about your defendant. You're going to be beaten, battered, and bruised. Say your property was taken from you and government exists to protect life, liberty, and property. And they have stolen my property and I want back my property. And I give them a picture. This is what my property looks like. I need that property to return to me. And that's your job. So I'm just using this to say I can go to their court, but I know how to do it. If you don't know, then don't go. And they still have a method where if you don't go, they can put out a warrant and still bring you by force. I don't have to do that. Yes, they have done. I see you shaking your head. I'm impressed. I have a sister who's in their system.
I'm shaking my head about them getting their corpse.
Yeah, right.
Not what I'm saying, but go ahead.
Remember, they hold on to your body and put it in their warehouse, and they have abandoned you. So I'm saying to avoid all of that drama, going there without they have to haul you there. They have that power, and we must not pretend as if they don't have it. They have the power to do that. Keep getting cutting out. Oh boy.
No power. No.
Yeah. When I say the power, yes, they can effect an arrest. They can send out a warrant. They can come and they can put an conference. They put out a warrant. You didn't attend court. You're arrested, and they draw you off to lock you up.
Say that for you. You can say that for you. They can't do that for anyone who doesn't consent to that.
My sister, the world that I live in, I see it happen all the time.
Of course.
All the time.
Of course you do.
All the time.
Of course
you miss your court date. There's right now in Jamaica, my brother, he was in some kind of traffic thing. Okay. He says what they do when you don't go to court, they simply arrest you and make you sleep in jail.
Okay. Hold on for just a moment.
Sharif Bey.
Hold on.
Like, can you take the host lock off my chat, please?
Oh, I've taken up a lot of time. I keep getting cut out. I don't know how much you miss, but you know what? Let the show go on. Just continue with the program. I keep getting cut out. Some sabotage going on here.
We heard you. We heard every word you said.
Oh, okay. But I yield, because I know you have your agenda, your program to go on with. But I'm just saying, there are various approaches to life. I take a certain approach, and I respect your approach, and I'm here to learn from you, and that's why I'm here, because we can teach each other. But I yield, and yeah.
So let me say this about it really quickly, and then we'll move to the next part of what we're doing. If you go and see, I've heard people say this. If you go as a man or a woman without a nationality, you're still claiming something that's not really true. Not really true. And that also puts you on the same level as the ones doing the fraud. And that's what they want you to do. They want you to be on the same level with them. But even in the Biblios, it said it is not lawful for man to be equal with God. It's not lawful. That's in the Biblios, the Bible. So a man and a woman, a breathing man and a woman, I've heard people say things like that. You will need to be moored to the land, or else you'll be a breathing man and woman underwater at commerce. Because, see, in order for commerce to work, we first must know where we are. Are we on the land, or are we lost at sea? And how do you prove that you're on the land? You can't, and see, on our land, no one is a random man or woman. Everyone is properly identified by their status. That's how you know whose land you're on. Whose land is it? Not a man, not a random man or woman, because no treaty says random man or woman. Treaties and governmental documents state who we are. They don't say random man and woman. They don't even say breathing man and woman. They say the law, the government, the Moorish government, the United States, we're the original States United all day, every day. And there was a fake pretending to be that. So man and woman, there's also a soul, a spirit attached to man and woman. That spirit, if man and woman does not claim proper nationality in this dimension, that spirit is a random spirit out there running around, and any pirate can claim it. That random man and woman breathing piece is something that was used by foreigners while we were asleep. That's what they said in their sleep. And while we were asleep, they would say breathing man and woman because they know somebody had to be breathing. And if the Moors are asleep, then they can say that they're breathing man and woman. Now that we are awake and moored to the land, just by definition, that's the proper claim. Even if you don't believe in Moors and Moorishness, look in a dictionary, everyone. And I'm talking to everyone. Look in a dictionary and see that a man and a woman is not attached to the land, but a Moor is.
Can I say something on that?
Let me finish. Let me say one more thing about courts. They don't have a court. All courts belong to us. And when you talk about going into their court, quote unquote, you're actually eluding, and this is actually directly to Justice Willie. You're eluding when you use the language that you're using. It's the proper language. You're alluding to the fact that the court is not theirs and that you're in charge. And that will work for a while. After a while, though, you have to raise that up and elevate that up to what it really should be. In other words, you have to be able to prove why you have the authority to say those things. That's where government and the state and treaties and all of that comes in at.
Okay. All right. So I think both of us are saying the same thing, but in different words.
We are.
Because watch me now. When I say I go as a man, when you look in Genesis 1:26-27, it didn't say God create black, white, Moors, whatever, nation, Chinese. It says God made man in his own image out of the dust, the land of the ground. And he breathed into man, and man became a living being. So when we say I appear not as a defendant, not as any title, that no thank you for your title, I don't depend on a treaty, I don't depend on nothing, because man, God says you must have dominion over everything. You are in charge. You are at the top of the food chain. So the mere fact that you go as a man, there is no man that can supersede you. No corporation go above you. You are in charge. You have dominion. And that is what I use, because before there was ever a treaty, there was a man with rights, with what they call unalienable rights, with unprecedented, unrestricted rights. It cannot be defined and captured in a constitution. The constitution is too small. It is limited. The treaties are too small. It cannot contain my rights. Because as a man, I have unlimited. How dare you, a man, can tell me, a man, what to do in a court? So I stand as a man.
So
I yield.
Justice Willie, that is phenomenally stated. However, if they have the authority to call you in there and you actually go, you've already ceded your manhood to them. If they have the authority, if you give, because they don't have it, you got to actually give that. And that's what the testing is all about. Our testing is about, do they have the authority? We know they don't. And then we prove that they don't by not going and sending our word, sending our documents that are our body, the documents like we showed at the beginning of this presentment, where our documents have a body. That's the body.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So if they call you in there and they say you have a court date every day from now until 5 years from now,
mm-hmm.
what are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Go every day to an animal husbandry court? No.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing, you're not going to ignore it either.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to speak peacefully with your
Mm-hmm.
documentation. And
That's
when your
correct.
documents,
100%.
hold on, let me finish. When the documents are competent, they will not send mercenaries to the door.
Correct.
But see, wait a minute, let me say this quickly. You said earlier, Justice Willie, and I love this dialogue. You said earlier that they do what they want. They follow orders regarding whomever and whatever. The orders that they're following are ours. We said that if there are any strangers on this landmass, anybody on this landmass that's not properly identified either as a Moor or a Moor subject ipso jure, that's the Expatriation Act, the Citizenship and Expatriation Act, 1954.
Mm-hmm.
You're either a Moor, and if nationality cannot be proven, then you're a Moor subject ipso jure. Or if you're foreign, you're a Moor subject ipso jure. So who has the authority to call the justices into a court? No one. And guess what? Empress Shasha proved it. We're willing to do whatever we have to do to make sure that they know that we're not coming, that we're going to send our documentation, because we're the court, not them. They're imposters. We're the court. They're the subjects. They can't pretend to be judges. They're not judges. Law school that's why they call it practice. We're the law. They were practicing. And guess what? They practiced their whole lives because they never obtained the actual certifications to be the law, because they don't have the nationality to be the law. They don't have it. They know that. Corporations don't have it. And so, again, if they can call you in there in the first place, I just keep sending paper, documentation, with margins on it. Because, see, the margin is the land. We talked about that at the beginning of this Congressional Assembly. We send the body every time. That's a habeas corpus for you right there. Is a Moorish sovereign document. And then we even put Federal Way, because we're the city. They're not even the city. We're the city. And if they're not the city, then who is that dressed in things with the word police on the back? Who is that? They better be subjects of the city. Subjects. Nothing other than that. They're subjects. We hereby terminate all corporate contracts with all corpses. We just do that regularly. So we have, and this is not something that we're talking about that we haven't been through. We've been through it. We stood, and once we stood, there was no more. We were not afraid to go out onto the land. We go wherever we want to go and do whatever we want to do. Because their war rants are not about us. That's their corpse. And we sent them and their corpses back where they came from. So, again, they're following our orders by dealing with blacks and citizens. We said don't let that stuff run around on the land doing whatever. And then when they wake up, honor their status. Honor it. When they're peaceful and competent, honor it. And then test them to see if they really know who they are and if they're brave enough to stand. Because, see, standing, you don't get access to that much of an estate if you're not willing to stand. You actually disinherit yourself when you don't stand and when you're not willing to be tested. And here's the thing: even the people that are saying they don't have any problems with police, I don't have any problem with police, you will. And either it's going to be through actions or it's going to be through debt, because they're going in that direction now, where debt will get you locked up. I've heard even of people, there was a woman, and y'all can Google it, it's out there, a woman who had something like a $23 light bill. They put her in jail for it. She didn't want to pay the light bill. But she didn't know what to say and do. She didn't know the debt is not hers and that a corporation is trying to get her to claim to be dead. It's the dead that's inviting people. It's a summons. A summons and a seance is basically the same thing. You're inviting the dead to come and deal with you. We say no. No. No way. Now, I do want to move on to this to the it's unlocked, Empress.
Islam. I just wanted to say that we're Genesis chapter 2 verse 7 Moors. Genesis 1:26 is the hybrid.
Okay, what is Genesis? You said Genesis chapter
2 verse 7. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Yeah. Islam. We're also, I believe it's Psalms, the 89th chapter, verse 6, I believe it is, that says, ye are gods. We're that too. We're those Moors too.
Yes.
We're that.
Yes.
And Moors are mentioned in the Bible, by the way. And since we were talking about the Bible really quickly while we pull up this document here. In Acts the 22nd chapter, verses 20, actually, Acts the 22nd chapter and Acts the 23rd chapter, Paul declared his nationality, and they had to back up. Paul declared his nationality, and see, when the foreigners rewrote the Biblios, they made it citizenship that he was claiming, but it wasn't citizenship. He was claiming his nationality, because citizenship don't get you out of jail. Nationality does. And so in Acts the 22nd chapter and the 23rd chapter, it tells you how Paul used his nationality. Not only to get himself out of jail, but to correct those who arrested him in the first place. So let us not think that what we're talking about is not, it's written in all the ancient records, all of them, about how throughout history we declared our nationality. Throughout history, Yeshua declared his nationality, but he was quiet at court time, and that's how he ended up on the cross. He was quiet. He didn't speak. He was mute. So that might be a little bit of an eye-opener for some, but he was mute at court time, and he agreed to go on the cross. We do not assent to the cross. The cross was last era enactment. This time, no cross. No, nobody is going on the cross for anybody this time around. Nobody is going on the cross for anybody. We stand. So now, we started on this bond process, and we're going to put the bond process on the public record today simply because it took a while. Listen, you all, the energies about this bond process. I said, I know that this is exactly what we're supposed to be doing, and that it has to go on the record today. Because of how much resistance in the spirit realm. There wasn't resistance in the natural, it was in the spirit realm that there was pushback in the spirit realm from them energies. And then as I finished it up today, I put some finishing touches on it because, we're always going back, reviewing and doing things, and I put the finishing touches on it. And as soon as I started working on the finishing touches, the spirit realm just broke open wide. I mean, the energy was just, it was just amazing. It flowed like water. But the pushback on it was just, I kept trying, and the pushback was so heavy. So I said, okay, I know we're supposed to put it on the public record. So let's do that. Especially after I read what I read about bonds. What I read about bonds, I was going to show you all last week. But we didn't even get that far last week. And our ancestors know what they're doing. But let me show you what someone put. I was going to show you also some other things today about our estate and about who we are and all of that. This is the bond part of our study. And we'll show the rest. This is why we've restated the bond process. There was a video on YouTube that was done about bonds, and someone went under the video and put a comment that it really just manifested a whole lot for us regarding bonds. So we copied what they put and just did some study on it. Here's what it says. It says the standard process memorandum of law regarding bonds comes from 27 CFR 72.11, and they named some case law. It says when you post bond under Admiralty Rule 51 through 53, the nature of the case changes from in rem against the person to in res against the bond. So they go, and to me that spoke what we've been stating about, they first have to get past personam jurisdiction in order to move to territorial jurisdiction. So they move from the person to the paper. And that's why this bond process, it was so clear to me that was why the pushback on the bond process. The bond forms included, this is part of what they said on the screen. The bond forms included these, and we talked about these. We showed these in our study and on the restatement. And a copy of your birth certificate. And again, Morris, this is where the restated birth certificate comes in at, and the fiduciary document. It says an IRS Form 56 for the judge as the executor of your estate. The Form 56 is fiduciary. That's the fiduciary form. The Form 56 fiduciary form is to be sent to 1111 Constitution Way Avenue Northwest at Washington, Ancient District for Columbia, which is the one we have on the bond. And again, I didn't see this until after we began to introduce that bond process. But this is going to assist us. You can see where this is going to assist us so that there's no calling, no more should be in those inferior courts. No more should be in jail. We know that. We know that. But our ancestors want us to put the processes on the public record. And so it says, then the instructions to the court are to set off, settle, and discharge the liabilities in accordance with 31 CFR, that's Code for Federal Regulations, 225.7.31, 225.7, and then 31 CFR 203.31, .203, and then 31 CFR 363.7, and then 28 United States Code 2041. And so, of course, we went to digging and looking and all of that. And this is the rest of what they put under that video that I wanted to just show you, so for your study as well more, so you can look at what we're looking at and see it, it says the courts are operating under the presumption that you're operating in agency with the USAG. They were referring to the U.S. quote unquote government corporation. In other words, debtor to debtor. So we talked about that. We're not debtors. That's what the termination of all corporate contracts is saying. So again, even if you say you're a man or a woman in those fake courts, you're proving that you're a debtor by even being there. So you're already in agency with them so they can do whatever they want to do. The Moors are not in agency with them. They are subjects. That's not agency. A subject is not agency. That's why they don't call agents subjects. They call them agents. And in our liens, we said all agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any derivatives thereof. And so it says here, under 50 U.S.C. 4312 as your common law trustee and legal title owner to your estate. And of course, this was a modern European who actually had to tell the truth, and he didn't want to tell it. He put some things in there about Moors saying this and that and whatever, as if he didn't know we were the estate, but and that we're the judges, and we expect that from them. They want to make us equal to them, and we're not. And when I say they, I mean the energy. So, because this is not about color, it's not about race, because race doesn't exist. Either you have the genetic of the firstborn, the primogenitors, or you don't. Either you do or you don't. And that is, again, even those that don't, when they're in subject status, they're still protected. It says under the Trust Indenture Act 1939, they have authorized themselves to open up the court bonds against your estate and probate your estate and force you to be the surety for the taxes that are due for their embezzlement. So again, that's why we send the body. The body is the paperwork. One of the things anyone can do, they say, is go to the head clerk of the court and tell him that you need a QSIP for the bond that he created in his private files, and also ask for the 1099 OID, which he does have to give you. Nope, they don't have that. They're not going to give it either because they're not the head clerks. We are. Especially when Moors go asking for stuff like that. They're like, okay, this one doesn't know that they're the real clerk of the court. They just don't know. Okay, so we're just not going to respond. We're not going to say anything. It says once you cancel the bond and file the 1099-A to stuff the clerk and the PD with the taxes and you take the money back from them, the case is over. So here's the trick bag, taking the money back from them. That's the trick bag. They will throw some handcuffs on you trying to do things when you're accepting their fiat. So they always color the information. We just have to know where the coloring is. It says no bonds, no subject matter jurisdiction for the court.
When you get that Land Rover in your driveway, Pauline,
that
I'll
is
quit coming on your calls.
When
you get that Land Rover in your driveway, I'll quit coming on your calls, Pauline.
Just one moment.
I don't see any Land Rover in that driveway. I don't see that Land Rover. When you get that Land Rover in your driveway, I'll quit coming on your calls, Pauline. I'll completely quit coming on your calls when you get that Land Rover. Where's that Land Rover that you've been talking about?
Just a moment. Okay, there we go. No noise allowed here. Okay, so again,
I'll quit coming on when you take over
just
first.
A moment. Okay. So now, with regard to, just a moment, let me get back.
When Angel Bay gets her car, then I'll quit coming on here. Angel Bay, why don't you get your car? I'll quit coming on here. Angel.
Just a moment. Okay, now. Just a moment. So this is where we were. With regard to bonds, The bond process is public entitlements, okay? 31 United States Code 3123, and we've restated this. Payment for entitlements without interest on the public trust. That's the name of 31 United States Code, subsection 3123. The trust for the United States government is affirmed to trade in legal tender principal without interest on the entitlements for the government issued in alignment with this chapter. The Secretary for the Treasury shall honor the public trust as the Secretary considers expedient, peaceful, and lawful. The Secretary may pay in advance entitlements to the public trust by a period of not more than 1 year with or without a rebate on the coupons. And then you all can read this part right here regarding status. So again, we did pull up the things that were stated as we were doing the study on bonds, knowing that we know that they don't have the authority to create any bonds that have to do with us because they don't own our letters. We own our letters and our numbers. So we've given this bond number 2025923, which was the number, that was the sequence of numbers that the dead United States Corporation Company was using. However, because we are the lien holders and creditors and authors, we've restated that sequence of numbers because they don't own any numbers. They don't own numbers. They don't own anything. They didn't even own the things they were using. None of it. So we've restated that. We went over this part the other day. We'll just show it to you quickly. Full settlement, full proof by public instruments, full right and full jurisdiction. Surety is free on board at all times. The surety is gold. It's not us. And it's not names. It's gold. Release for all living person property from escrow. And there it is right there. All that we've stated. You all can screenshot this. And then a copy of this, because we're finished with it, a copy of it will be on the public record under this video at Light Tajiri Bay channel. Here it says, this is the bid bond. It's regarding our estate. And all we did, the surety is gold. Whether that be the word gold, the title gold, and 666 trillion gold dollars, which we put on the record back in 2019. And all we're doing now is finishing this process. Just one moment. Here, let me fix that part. So, and we read all of this last week as well regarding bonds mentioned in the Circle 7, what the bonds are to do regarding the Asiatic nations, the Moors specifically, and then, of course, everyone. And again, our bonds are for everyone, Moorish subjects and Moors. Okay, nationality must be on the public record. Proper status must be on the public record. And instead of a performance bond, we have an action bond because we are not actors. We're the heirs. We do actions. Okay. And as we stated earlier, the Form 56 that everyone that the citizens were filling out, they were sending it to 1111 Constitution Ave, AVE, which is not a proper court. NW, which should have been Northwest, but we don't know what that acronym stood for in the dead world. Washington D.C. which is not the same as the land. Okay, and whenever you shorten the word AVE, A-V-E, again, we stated this before, that word is actually a contraction. It is a venue because it's a court. That's why the word is what it is. And that's why they use it to name places, because it's a court. It is a venue. And then 55 Water Street, that was where either you were going to be claiming that you were lost at sea on Water Street, or you're on the high seas, which is connected and moored to the land, which is what is who we are. Certificate of title, all living state birth certificates, that's the ones we create, not the ones that were fraudulently created. We've restated all of that. And this says the same thing that we read in our last Congressional Assembly. This is the payment bond. It looks the same as the others. Talking about trust entitlements. And then this is the surety affidavit. We talked about this one, birth certificates for United States natural persons. Those are ones we create and restate because we have jurisdiction over all that we create. That's biblical. And then the part that we did not get to was insurance, reinsurance for trust entitlement. And again, what are we doing? Further stating that our entitlements are secure. That's what we're doing. And we're doing that competently using our systems, not anyone else's. The direct writing company, again, is at 1111 Constitution Avenue Northwest, spelled all the way out. And then the description of the contract. All affidavits, statements, documents, instruments, and all other placed on the public record by the principals. And the principals are all of us. Entitlements, credits, and payments to the principals are conveyed from the birth certificate trust accounts. And again, when you're issuing delarium, you're issuing that from your birth certificate account. That's why we created our own birth certificates, our own birth certificate bonds, and everything, all of that stuff, because it was fraud before, and you can't even authenticate fraud because it's fraud. So you must create the way that our ancestors wanted us to, desired for us to do, is create our own everything. Entitlement affirmation affidavit. Because we had not gone over this reinsurance for trust entitlement bond payment document, I'll just read this part. It says the direct writing company stated above is the trust property and surety for the United States. And let me make it a little bigger. I apologize that the writing is so small. The direct writing company stated above is the trust property and surety for the United States for America as intended within the action bond. Gold that is the custodial possession, entitled inheritance, and stated property for the United States for America is the surety for the action bond as intended by the principals for the bond. The action bond covers all, to include public works, public services, construction, public property, and all other as intended and in alignment with 40 United States Code Chapter 31, Subchapter 3. Just one moment. Subchapter 3. Just a moment. It does that when I there. Bonds and that's what that is. 40 United States Code Chapter 31, Subchapter 3 is regarding bonds, and in alignment with the Circle 7 Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, Chapter 25, entitled A Holy Covenant for the Asiatic Nation. The bond has been handed to the United States. Acceptance by the reinsuring company for the application by the direct writing company has been demonstrated. The direct writing company is reinsured and secured in the amount shown next to the name of the reinsuring company, stated as the amount for this reinsurance, or for the amount less than the amount for this reinsurance that the direct writing company is accountable to pay in alignment with the action bond. So, yes, Islam Empress.
While you're doing some editing, there's a T missing in custodial.
Okay.
First sentence, second sentence.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I see that. Thank you.
And then you have in demonstrated, I think it's the R that's missing. That's down. Demonstrated,
yes,
right?
Right there.
Yeah.
Straight. Thank you, Empress. And I do believe there was a place where something was right next to the other.
That was the in. You
Thank you.
Fixed one and in.
Oh, good. Islam. If you see anything else, please let me know. It helps to have other sovereign eyes on these documents as we're putting them. We're inspired to put them together because we know the time and what must be done where our nation is concerned. Indeed. Thank you so much, Empress. So I'll say this: the trick bag previously, when others were in the last era, let me put it that way. In the last era, when people were filling these out, whenever they said something about the name, because they would say put an amount next to the name, most did not put an amount because they didn't even read that part. And then when they said name, they were claiming the name and then having you claim the name as well. And that way they still were pretending to have you. That's called capitalism. So those who were doing bail bonds in the last era, this is what they were acting upon. But then they would hand you one of their forms and say, sign this form. And that would give them consent to do other stuff. So because we're our government, we're the state, we're the law, it is incumbent that all of us know what's on the public record regarding and what we put on the public record. Because as we're stating this, we're putting it on the public record. It says, B says, for a sum mutually agreed upon, and that's in dollarium because our state uses dollarium and not fiat, paid by the direct writing company to the reinsuring company as stated. I want to show you something too really quickly, more about this once we finish reading this part. The trickery was crazy, but we certainly can see now. The purpose and intention for this affidavit is to state that the United States is secure, and that's again the original indigenous states united who authored this document, is secure, indemnified, and guaranteed to gain by the action and to the extent of the amount for this reinsurance or any sum less than the amount for this reinsurance that the direct writing company shall pay to the United States in alignment with the action bond. And I think I'm going to change that to any sum more or less or more than the amount for this reinsurance that the direct writing company shall pay to the United States in alignment with the action bond. In other words, we're not limited. All parties have affirmed that by virtue of these bonds, all commitments shall be honored. All commitments are hereby honored. The direct writing company will honor her commitment to pay the United States that which may be due. The reinsuring company shall pay the United States in the event that the direct writing company cannot honor her commitment to pay the United States. And I think I'm going to take that out because they're always going to honor, because we are they. So we'll just take that part. And state that the direct writing company shall honor all commitments. Okay, and the United States shall hold all parties accountable in the favor of the principal, which is all of us. The direct writing company and the reinsurance company do hereby accept this offer by the United States. Each does hereby demonstrate their affirmation by official seal demonstrated by officers possessing the power to sign this instrument as stated. And we put sign because officers are, even as officers, we're, of course, first we're the heirs who autograph our affidavits. But then when we're doing our corporate documents, like this is one of our corporate documents, then we sign corporate documents. But the corporate document never goes by itself. It always is accompanied with an affidavit. And then, again, this will be placed on a public record, and you all can put your name and title there. Okay. Now, it says instructions. This form is to be used in cases where it is desired to cover the excess of a direct writing company's underwriting limitation by reinsurance instead of co-insurance. When they say reinsurance, let me tell you what the bail bondsmen were doing. When they filled these out, the bail bondsmen were saying that they're not co-debtors with the United States. And if you see co-insurance, that's why they say instead of co-insurance. Instead of co-insurance means, okay, the bail bondsman was going to enact claiming that they are not debtors along with whoever else they're working with, the fake policy enforcers, fake courts, fake jails, all of that. They're saying this is not co-insurance. They're starting a whole new reinsuring part, okay? And if they got the heirs to sign a bond, then the heirs were actually saying, okay, I'm not going to be the creditor, the bondsman can be the creditor. And then he would reinsure instead of being a co-insurance, a co-debtor with the debtors. So all of our documents, as you all know, we speak from a place of creditor, of 100% creditor, no matter what's going on with the creditor. I looked these up. See Federal Acquisition Regulations, and then Code for Federal Regulation, that's 48 CFR 28.202-1. Moors, let me show you again, first of all, that they made the most off of the nationals, and that they knew all along who you were. So I looked this up, and I began reading and looking around and seeing what's what and who's who and where's where. I looked up 48 CFR 28.202. And when I looked it up, I came across a list. This list, when you click on this code for federal regulations, they talk about a list of corporate sureties offering bonds. A list of corporate sureties offering bonds. So all bondsmen were a part of one of these. So I looked at the list. Here's the list. And, as you know, we've already restated the list before we even showed it. It became a lien immediately. Okay? It became a lien the minute I saw it. But I looked through the list, and this is the list. It's 50-something or something like that. They're in alphabetical order. But on this list, you can see underwriting limitations. And the surety licenses, Morris, this is how you know we had to restate everything. It's because they used 2-letter states to do any bonding. That means that it's not real because there's no such thing as a 2-letter state. AL is not a state. AK is not a state. AZ is not a state. AR is not a state. These are not states. And so, but we looked at this list and we were looking at, okay, I just wanted to see just for my own record, who has the highest underwriting limitation? Who's the big dog on the block? Okay? Because knowing who that is will tell me who is it? Like, who is it that's been making the most money here, quote unquote? And it wasn't real money, it was just fiat. So I looked through the list, and I'll go ahead and you can look this list up yourselves as well. I'll give you the link to it. You know what's funny too is I made this a lien, and when I went off the site and went back onto the site, I could still see our stuff at the top of it calling it a lien. So it's almost like I changed their website, but that may not be the case when you pull this link up. But I would like for someone to pull the link up and see if our change is still there. Islam. This is the link to this document, but I'm going to show you who made the most. I am going to open the meeting for those who are out there. It's unlocked. Okay. So who made the most? Who made the most? Let's look at that. So I went through the list and went all the way down to I started seeing things with the word national this and national that. And I'm like, okay, we know that has everything to do with us. Well, the one that made the most out of all of this was National Fire and Marine Insurance Company. National Fire and Marine Insurance Company. Notice, Morris, the business address is in NE, but it was incorporated in Nebraska, which is different from NE. And they had the highest underwriting limitation at $1 billion, over $1 billion in bonds and surety licenses. Listen, they're only licensed in one place. That's NE. Look at this. Surety licenses, and then they have a small c and a small f. Whereas these others, any of the others have surety licenses in all these 2-state areas or these 2-letter states. But then they're incorporated on the land, supposedly. So that's why we slapped a lien on all of this today, as a matter of fact. National Fire and Marine had the highest. And then they had a couple of others here, National Fire Insurance Company of Hartford, National Indemnity, they were up there too, 23 billion. National Indemnity, National Liability and Fire, they were up there too. Some, and most of these were lower in the 4 million, in the millions, but then every now and then you would see billions. And of course, it was the companies that were insuring things that were called national, in both on land, that's fire, and marine, that's water, the sea. Okay. 1 billion underwriting limitation. Now, so we put a lien on all of this, and most of these have surety licenses in these fake states. But you notice they don't use a fake state. They spell it out, in other words, when it comes to where they were incorporated. We know we're the original of all of these companies. But this is where you find out who is it that's been writing all of those bonds. Here you go. And they've been feeding them in to, and if you'll notice, some of the names are in all caps and some are in capitis diminutio minima. So we just put a lien on all of this. Yes, indeed. Is everyone able to come in? Let me make sure. Yeah, the meeting is unlocked, I believe. Yeah, it's unlocked. Okay. So now let's finish up really quickly this bond process here. Reinsurance affidavit for bonds statute payment. And this right here is just telling us, of course, we're restating this part as well about where to send these. 1 copy, signed and sealed, shall accompany the direct writing company's quarterly schedule of excess risk filed with the Department of the Treasury. And we know we restate the address for the Treasury and then send it so that we're addressing the right court, which is subject to us. Other copies may be prepared for the use of the direct writing company and the reinsuring company. Each reinsuring company should use a separate form. So as you write your bonds, Morris, because you're going to be writing them and sending them to the Treasury, as you write your bonds on the things that you bond and insure, because remember, this is all a part of, for example, when we get conveyances and things like that, where insurance is concerned, this is going to be that process. And then the Treasury will send out, and again, all banking is automated, so we don't need third-party interlopers in this process. We send it to the right Treasury, okay? And we know our Treasury has the city and state written all the way out. It's not too all of that. It's not that. We properly address, and you can put subject Janet Yellen on there. Okay? Don't put Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary, because that's the wrong court. She's not a Treasury Secretary in our court. She's a subject in our court. And she knows that already. So that's why these bonds, now listen to me, they were enacting that the bonds were attached to the land on the bonds that they were writing. Okay? So reinsurance affidavit for bonds statute payment. Here again, everything is on the land, okay? But it's in all capital letters because we're doing commerce. But again, this is our commerce, all state birth certificates. So your living birth affidavit you keep. You don't ever send that to anyone. You can send copies out if you choose to send copies out to let people know you're the creditor. However, the original you keep with you. And again, don't worry too much about the fine-tooth issues with that, because we can always produce new originals. That's the thing about us is we have originals in us. So we can produce as many originals as possible as we want to produce. And in the universal commercial codes, not the uniform commercial codes, but in the universal commercial codes, because we can produce so many things freely and we can produce an unlimited number of originals, we automatically maintain control by perfection by control. We control all of these documents. That is what universal commercial codes are based on, is who's in control of the documentation and everything. Well, we cannot be in control of their documents and we can, however, we would be admitting to their system. And that's what we don't want to do. We're not a part of that system. Okay? We're not corpses, we're living. So we issue living documents. And this says the same thing that we just read. And then there's a second part here. The Supreme Article 3 authority over all persons is the United States for America, which is all of us. All persons are under the jurisdiction of the United States. All rights, powers, and privileges are in addition to or supplemental to or in alignment with all other rights, powers, and privileges stated by law. That's going to point back to the Constitution that says that it's the people who govern, and anything that we don't put out there, that's still reserved to the people, to us. Anything that we don't legislate, because that's what we're doing now, is legislating. We're the Congress. We're the real Congress. That's why the other one don't need to meet. That's why they stopped. That's why that place is empty. You can look on cameras. It's empty. The reinsuring company and the direct writing company affirm that this contract is governed by the United States. The reinsuring company and the direct writing company affirm that this affidavit is part of the payment bond. The reinsuring company and the direct writing company affirm that this affidavit is hereby signed and sealed with their corporate seals, and that's our right red thumbprint. And at some point we'll come up, any of our court stamps as well. Our government stamps can be on here, but it's actually going to be better that we put our right red thumbprint, and we'll come up with a Supreme Court stamp for us, which we have. That's right, we have the Supreme Court stamp.
None of your shit works. Give it up. Give it up, Pauline. None of this shit works. Get that Range Rover in your...
They sound tired. Huh?
I'm surprised he was still on.
Grand failure.
He got back in when I opened it for the other Moors to come in. He gotten so quiet. They're tired. And you know what, again, they want us to stop, but we're not going to. We're going to keep going and building our structure. This is our infrastructure. It's already built. All we're doing is activating it by our word. So now, with regard to the reinsuring company and all of that, again, Morris, you can sign these. We sign our own bonds, okay? They're creditor bonds, and they're going to, and we're using the gold that's in our vault. Now, we do have the title and ownership to the largest vault at earth. Why? Because the vault is the earth, and we have the title to that. So because we're the primogenitors for all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, we've put that title on the public record. All of us, we voted on it. That is how law is made. And that's why that other system has fallen, because we have done the things that we've done together. We voted on it. We've put things on the public record together. We've agreed. And anything in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let every word be established. The word is the law. And then antiquity. From antiquity, we've been the law. So this right here states where everything is and where it should be sent. And we've restated this as well again. We're not the Department of Treasury. We are the Treasury. So we just put that one word there. And then reinsurance affidavit in favor and for the United States. And this one says the same thing as the other. Here is where you would put your information, nobilities. Just one moment. Let me clear something up here. I thought I took all of those out, but I guess I didn't because one is still here. There. It's not a penal sum, it's a sum. And then this sum is whatever it is. So, for example, for the conveyances and things, you would do a bond for your conveyance and insure your conveyance and put the sum of that bond here. What is it insured for? You know, and again, those amounts come out of your trust. And that's why we are doing everything on the land. State for incorporation is Washington. It's not state of Washington, it's Washington. Okay? Now, and because, so this right here is this last one, which is the reinsurance affidavit in favor and for the United States, is where you put your information. And this right here, Lansing, Michigan, is where we send, not this one. I would send my birth certificate that I created here. Just one moment. Let me correct this. Oh, that's right. It's supposed to be that way. Never mind. Just a moment. We're addressing a particular court. Just a moment. Okay. And so this is where we send, and again, we spelled out Michigan, but we're also talking to the corporate part, that the subject court that produced, that was enacting, producing the fraudulent birth certificate. We send the real, our real birth certificate that we've created, and we send it to Lansing, Michigan, and Michigan is spelled out. Okay. And Richie, Pauline, Denise, I did see something in my studies that talked about, you know, the name being stated this way and all of that. We talked about that earlier, about this being a military name. We're peace officers, so we're not at war. And we're not going to be at war. We're not going to war. This is not about war, because war means confusion. So for those who think that you're at war, it's because you're confused. The Prince of Peace is our thumbprint. The Prince of Peace has arrived. That's our thumbprint. So we are the Prince of Peace that the Biblios talks about, that when the Prince of Peace comes, there's no more war. So this says the same thing that we just read earlier about the purpose and intention is to state that the United States is secure, indemnified, and guaranteed. And again, we had to do this all together. Okay. And then here, the direct writing company and the reinsuring company is still us. And so what I'll be doing is putting my signature here and here on 4A and 5A. And we can do it for each other if we choose to. But again, we're the first and the only of all of this, and we're not in contract with the dead. So we don't need any of their signatures and things. We're not in contract with the dead. We've already liened them, and now we're letting the subjects know that we're here. Okay? And that's the end of the process. So this reinsurance affidavit in favor and for the United States is the final page to the bond process. Are there any questions about the bond process and any of the things that we stated thus far? I know it's been a while. Justice Morpheus, if you feel more comfortable with the word autograph, please do so on your bonds. This is a corporate document, so corporate documents, instead of it being one of our affidavits with Morse government letterhead, those are what we autograph. We sign corporate documents, but it's corporate documents that we create. We don't sign their stuff because we're not trying to save and indemnify them. Okay. So with this being stated, for those who are here, are you in favor? I'd like to take a vote, just for the record, take a vote on putting this bond process on the public record. I don't want to, it's always better that we vote on the public record when we're doing things like this, so that it being done by the people is on the public record. That's how we do everything, is we vote on it, because that's what Congress does. That's what the law does. And then we'll put this under the video so that everyone can download it as often as you like, and use it to your advantage. Now, how would you use this? You would use it when insuring anything, purchasing anything in terms of big ticket items like conveyances and domiciles and things like that. And then for any issues regarding fake courts, because again, it was only because of the bond process that they were able to do all of that. So what do? As we begin sending these bonds out, it is proper rebuttal to what was done previously. This is where conveyances and all of that comes in at, in insurance and things like that. If there's anything going on, those who are doing commerce can receive a bond from us and payment and all of that this way, and then we send it to the Treasury, or they can send it to the Treasury, either one. As long as they have a bond by us, then they can send it to the Treasury. Islam, nobility.
We leaned a 200-unit apartment on the land. It needs some work. The apartment complex itself, out of 200, I would say about 60% of it's vacant. The people moving out. That's this bond. I could literally use this to repair, rebuild it up. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
So
Islam.
when we're doing, yes, thank you, nobility, for asking. When we are doing processes like that, and I'm so glad you asked. That's why the lien process was so important. Is we had to lien any hint of that property floating around lost at sea, because they were saying that everything was lost at sea, so they were claiming it because they were saying it was abandoned. It's not abandoned. We're on the land here, always have been. And so lien and levy on the property creates a title to the property, because title is important. If there are any deeds on the public record with regard to that. Look it up in the tax assessor records. And if there's any deeds or anything on the property, restate what you see there and then notify them that it's been liened, levied, and restated, and then issue a payment for it. For whatever it says in the tax assessor records, it's going to say a market value. And so what you'll want to do is prepay for the property. And that's where these things come in at. This is prepayment. You want to do an exchange. So you want to send that amount of dolarium with the bond. Because again, prepayment, making sure that anything that's necessary for it, including utilities and things like that. Utilities are going to have to be, all utility companies and all of that. So let's take a vote really quickly that we're putting this on the record today, and then we can go about doing. Let's go demonstrate. All in favor, state your appellation, your territory, and your vote. And we'll just go ahead and go for it. Islam.
Islam members. Travis Neal Abdulaziz Bey, Michigan territory on the land. I vote yay.
Islam.
Islam Empress. This is Victor Lloyd Hill, X-Real, Florida, Peru, Land of Flowers. I vote yay.
Islam Empress.
Islam.
The Empress first and then the Emperor.
Islam is Empress Sina Renee Randall Bay, New York Territory. I vote yay.
Islam.
Islam. Yeah, this is K. Tum Ahad L. And Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Territory. I vote yay.
Islam.
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 Go ahead, Empress.
Karima Bay at Virginia Republic. Yay.
Islam. Aydin Kambalani Bay, Khalifa Territory.
Islam.
Islam.
Go ahead, Empress.
Empress Aisha El Bay, Michigan Territory. Yay.
Islam. Go ahead, Empress.
Doris Barbara Bay for Georgia Territory.
Islam.
Yay.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Christopher Lita Bay, Pennsylvania Republic.
Islam. What's your vote, Empress? Didn't hear your vote part. Is yay or okay. Islam.
Islam Empress.
Yes.
Harold Moose Bay, Tennessee Territory. I vote yay.
Islam.
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 William Smith Bay, Mississippi Territory. Yay.
Islam. Thank you.
Islam.
Islam.
Maurice Lloydell in Alabama Territory. Yay.
Islam. Your voice is so commanding.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. Dawood Bilal bin Yusufel, Abdullah Bey, Nigeria Territory, X-Rail, Georgia. Yay.
Islam.
Islam.
Akiba Bay from Annapolis Territory. Yay.
Islam.
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 Michael Lamar, McKean Bay, Mississippi Territory.
Islam. Islam.
Islam. Malaya El Rayam, North Carolina Territory. I vote yay.
Islam.
Islam.
Carolyn Linda Wiggins Ale, Alabama Territory. Yay.
Thank you, Empress.
Islam. Abasi Talib Bay, Land of Flowers. Yay.
I love you.
Islam.
Islam.
From the Kingdom of California.
Islam.
Hold on just a moment. Justice Phoenix, I believe, and then the other noble. Go ahead, nobility.
Leona Barber, Georgia Territory. Yay.
Islam, thank you.
He goes on.
There was someone else we couldn't hear you. There was someone else who voted.
I am Islam. I am Chatali Vat Zilpael from Kingdom of California, Exrail State of California. My vote is yay.
Islam, Exrail, California, Islam. Islam. There was an empress that said Islam first, and then there was someone else. The empress said Islam.
Narsha Albay, Louisiana Republic, Territories and Dominions. I vote yay.
Islam.
Donna Maria.
Islam.
Right.
Hold on one moment. There was an empress. Go ahead, empress.
Nonna Maria Bay.
It was I believe Noni. Go ahead, empress.
Maria. Bay. London Territory. I vote yeah.
Islam. Yes, go ahead, Noble.
This is Morpheus. I am Freeman L. Maryland Territory. Yay. Yeah.
Islam.
Islam.
Territory.
Okay, and then Empress Shasha, I believe.
Empress Shasha Anbay, Jamaica Territory. Yay.
Indeed. Anyone else? Go ahead, nobility.
Tennessee Territory. Yay. Yay.
Islam.
Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
Cynthia and Bay, Just the Cynthia and Bay, Califia Territory. Yay.
Yes.
Islam.
Yes, Empress.
This is Abina Adams L. from Florida Territory, and I vote yay.
Islam. Anyone else?
Islam. Sheriff Bay, North Carolina Territory by way of Khalifa Territory. Yay.
Islam. Anyone else? My spirit is ringing. My spirit is vibrating. My spirit is really, really vibrating right now, very highly vibrating. It's vibrating because of our agreement more than anything, that we're unified. That is why my spirit is vibrating. Yes, it's for the bond process, but more so for our agreement, for our unity. No one can say that we're not unified because we're proving that we are. We can disagree and still be unified. It just so happens that we agree on the issues that are important. So, are there any other votes? I want to ensure that we've given everyone an opportunity, not an opportunity, it's your right to be heard.
If I may say, Islam to all, Aksata Mora to all for one and one for all. We stand as one, though we're many, in victory and success. We're all learning, we're all ascending, we all would defend our keep. Protect each other, love each other, forgive each other, restore each other, recharge each other, and unify with each other. Islam.
Islam. Very powerful, very powerful. Whew, okay. Wow. With that being stated, this sovereign justice stands as law. It is the law. So we will place this on the record today, and for that we are so grateful. It does speak in the positive. It is positive law in the favor for all Moors and all people, Islam. With that being stated, I have, let's see, we'll do this one later. We'll do this one on our next meeting. I did want to show you that there were previous quote-unquote countries that were here, or not here, but that were attempting to do what we've already done, but they were attempting to do it in the quote-unquote U.S. Okay? These are some of the names of those countries who were countries or claiming to be countries. It's the court that determines whether you have a country or not. Vermont Republic, Desiree, State of Muskogee, East Florida, West Florida, Indian Stream, Cherokee Nation, Iroquois Confederacy, the Floridas, Republic of Texas, California Republic. These were said to be countries. Great Republic of the Rough and Ready, and Kingdom of Hawaii. The reason I'm showing you this is because what we've done has really solidified and affirmed that it affirms our status, period. The fact that we're on the public record knowing that we're the state and we're the law and we're the government and no one governs us, but we do. That enjoins the entire estate. There was an affidavit that our Empress from Hawaii put on the public record. She was, this is that affidavit where she was rejecting the United States Corporation Company's attempts to take over her land. And there are several things that several opportunities for improvement that we can point out with this document. And we know why the document did not do what it was meant to do. And that's important because as we're writing our own documents, it said that, I'll just read what she wrote. And again, we honor her work. We honor her work. We know now that first and foremost, the capitalism had to be dealt with because all they were going to do was claim the letters that she wrote and try and claim the identity as a subject of theirs, which is what they did, or they enacted. It says, the House of Representatives of the United States. That was the first mistake that was made. And again, we honor her work. We just want to point it out because to know is to do better for all of us. They are actors. They are not the real United States. So she was appealing to someone she didn't have to appeal to. They're not real. She was the court. It says, I, Liliu Kalani of Hawaii, named heir apparent on the 10th day of April, 1877, and proclaimed Queen of the Hawaiian Islands on the 20th day of January, 1801. Let me see, what did that say right there? I want to make sure that I get those words that are written above that. It says, just one moment. It says, I believe it says individually and severally. It says, no, it doesn't. It says something and respectfully, nobly. it says ennobly and respectfully, and I'll have to read it if someone else can see an original copy of this. Do hereby, yeah, that's what she was saying, do hereby something and respectfully protest against the assertion of ownership by the United States of America of the so-called Hawaiian Crown lands amounting to about 1 million acres and which are my property, and I especially protest against such assertion of ownership as a taking of property without the process of law and without just or other compensation. It says, therefore, supplementing my protest on June 17, 1897, I call upon the President and the National Legislature and the people of the United States to do justice in this matter and to restore to me this property, the enjoyment of which is being withheld from me by your government under what must be a misapprehension of my right and title. Done at Washington, District of Columbia, and she wrote it out, United States of America, which that's not who that is, this 19th day of December in the year 1898. And then she put her signature there, and she also put, just one moment, let me make that a little smaller. She put she had a witness to sign. We don't appeal to anyone because if we appeal to them, they know that we have acknowledged an authority that's not real. It's the funny mirror. And so, you know, you can see what was going on with this document here. And that is why these are said Hawaii. It says Kingdom of Hawaii was no longer what it was. This wasn't even the flag that she was putting forth. But when they started putting this flag forward, that's when they capitulated. Because that's not their flag. That's a British, quote-unquote, British Jack flag. Okay? That's not the real Hawaii Kingdom flag. Okay? That's actually a banner for Amity and Commerce. So, and then she did not put it on her government letterhead. She put at the head of the page, okay? Remember at the beginning of this Congressional Assembly, whatever is at the top of the page is the title. That's the noble title. That's the government. That's why we use our letterhead, and we do not send any corporate documents without our letterhead leading the way and protecting the corporate document so that no pirates take the corporate document and claim it so that they can claim the benefit. Okay? So with that being stated, I did want to take a moment and just show you this letter that she wrote and what was wrong with it and why it did not do what our great Empress intended for it to do. And just by us knowing this, Islam, Empress.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead, Empress.
I heard you made a pause. That's why I jumped in. But I think David Wynn Miller, I think, the guy that came up with that syntax grammar, I think he made some corrections to that when he was alive.
Oh, okay. So we appreciate the work that he has done. Most importantly, what he did was let everyone know that the English that they were using was not, it was dead English. It was dead. So, but he couldn't bring it back to life. He could not resurrect it. Because in order to resurrect that, you would have to first be dead with it. So we didn't resurrect it. We just went back to ancient English as our national language. And because ancient English is our national language, we can spell it however we choose to spell it, including spelling it like they spell it. Except that we've taken fiduciary control over all letters, numbers, and all of that. And then we make sure that they keep their stuff. It would be interesting to see what he put for it.
Hawaii. Yeah.
See, he knew. Yeah, he knew. And he was doing that for the citizens. He was when they do things like that, they're trying to tell the Moors that it's the language, but we cannot use what they're not. It's not that we can't use it. We must competently create our own everything. Ancient English is our creation. That's why it works. So we honor the work that he did, and also the other guy. What's the other guy? There's another guy who was working with it.
Mark Christopher, I think his name is.
No, not him. He's gonna have to declare his nationality. Russell Gould, the other modern European who worked with him.
Right, Russell Gould.
Yeah, they've done great work. We look at the stuff that they've done as well. We know why they did parse syntax and why he was pointing to rewriting the table of elements and things like that. He was trying to say everything needed to be restated. That's what they were saying. In the language of whoever's restating it. And so all we did was our ancestors said, hey, you all have an ancient language, just use it. So we did. The ancestors said it's in the spell. Who's casting the spell? And so we said, okay, we can spell it according to ancient English, which we've shown you a little bit of ancient English here, where when we initially put our documents on the public record, we write them in ancient English. Because that was a dead language that he was pointing to. And here's just an example of ancient English right here on the screen. When we write anything, when we put our Constitution on the public record, we first did it in ancient English. And here's the thing: with ancient English, all of us can read it. It has words in it that are French, that are Spanish, that are Latin. Because all of the language, all the people came from us, so all the languages came from our language too. And so all we did was put them all together. In other words, we spell the way our spirit leads us to spell. And what we found out with using our own ancient language is that whoever the Moor is that's writing their ancient English, the way that they write it when they write from their spirit will tell them what language their ancestors wrote in. For example, a lot of my ancient English spellings are French. They turn out to be French words. So I know that my ancestors wrote and spoke French because it's coming out of me naturally. I just had in my spirit, it will say add an E to this word and put it and double these letters right here and so on and so forth. And when I looked at parse syntax even, I'm glad we don't have to necessarily use that. For those who want to use it, they can use it. It needs to be restated by those with a nationality because none of that stuff worked for those who are doing it. None of that stuff worked for them. But they were pointing. There are other modern Europeans who've done things, and their job was to show us, how to govern, like our prophet said. They were going to be left here long enough to teach us how to govern. So they were pointing to the language being the problem. And so we fixed it because we all know how to fix it. And then we fixed the money problem. There's no problem we can't fix by restating whatever the remedy is. That's what our courts are for. And we do everything by court action. That's why we vote. And that's why we do the things, because we're literally self-governing all day, every day. With that being stated, we did have a unanimous vote. There were no dissenters, and we're not against anyone dissenting, but all of our votes, except maybe one, has been unanimous, and that was even a majority vote. So with that being stated, We will meet again on Thursday at 7 p.m. Islam Empress.
Well, it's a little late now. I have a few questions, but I'm sure everyone's tired. So I guess I'll just ask them Thursday. But I did put one of them in the chat regarding birth certificates. For like,
what was the question about birth certificates? I'll be brief. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it should be. But what about those of us who don't have U.S. birth certificates? Like mine looks completely different from what a U.S. birth certificate would look like, and it's written in French. So, but the formatting is all different. So I didn't know how to tackle that.
Very simply, just restate it and have it look very similar to what you have.
Okay.
But make sure you put your energy on it. In other words, you can put your stamp and seal or the government stamp and seal on it. It doesn't matter where it comes from. All the land is ours. So just restate it, have it look very similar, and make sure that you put it the way it should have your energy on it.
Okay.
Whether that be a right red thumbprint or a stamp and seal. But for our corporate birth certificates, it doesn't necessarily need our right red thumbprint. It just needs the stamp and seal of the government. But for our birth affidavits, all of our affidavits that we put on Moorish government letterhead has our right red thumbprint and our autograph on it. But then when we do corporate documents like a birth certificate, any certificates, they just need to be stamped and sealed, and you can sign them in blue. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, Empress?
Yeah, actually I had two. I don't know how quick they'll be, but I know that one of our there's mentioned Pacer, using Pacer as a recording medium, and I have questions about that. I was just wondering if that person is on the call, or not person, but if that more is on the call, if they wouldn't mind sending me their email. So, because I have some questions about that. And Google Docs. I know Google Docs is something that you use, right? Empress Light?
Indeed.
Okay, so but when you put things on there's no way they can be like altered by anyone else, right? Because I know that's like public, and I know we can download those documents.
That's why we lien and levy them first.
Okay.
So Pacer, lien and levy first, and make sure you notify them that it's lien and levy, and then send your fiduciary document that says, send your fiduciary affidavit, and then we nationalize anything that we use. So Pacer is for courts. So whatever court you're speaking to through Pacer, you nationalize their letterhead, okay? And it's easy to do. All you have to do is go onto the public domain, which is their website is public. You take you copy and paste the name and all of that, the logo rather, onto the paper, and then you put something red. Make a change to the logo. Put something red there in the logo. Change the color of it. We usually just change the color of whatever seal or whatever is there. We change the color of it. And if it says, U.S. District Court of Maryland, we spell everything out on the seal. That way they know that it's coming from the national government and not a corporation or a corpse. Okay. And again, those are all, because we are outside of their capitalism and commercial system. There's no threat of fraud or anything like that. There's none of that, because we're not a part of their system in that way. Their system is subject to ours. So any systems that you use, make sure you do liens and levies on them. And what's the other question, Empress?
That was sort of it. It had to do, I guess, Pacer and Google Docs I had the same question about. And when I mean alter, I mean alter, no one can go in and say, for instance, I have something on Google Docs. They can't go in, change it, put discrepancies on it and then put it back on there as if I put it. Do you know what I'm saying?
You must be competent to protect the document. There is a protect option there if you're worried about that. There's a protect option on Google Docs.
Okay. I was not aware. Okay.
Yeah. We don't worry about any of that. We don't worry about any of that. Mm-mm.
Okay. I understand. Thank you.
Islam. Any other questions, comments? Islam first.
Could you spell Pacer?
Pacer.
Okay, just what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, I had gotten dropped from the conference, and so I know Willie had asked a question, and you guys were the members were responding to what he had to say. One of the things I learned recently about, like, say, the passport situation, because I don't know what took place because I got dropped. But one of the things I learned recently is that one of the issues why some of the passports aren't working is because we don't have embassies in other areas. If we were to take a plane from one location to another, one of the reasons was said is because why we run into issues is embassy situation. We don't have that for ourselves.
Okay, so here's the thing about the embassies. What is the function of an embassy? To do court stuff. That's what they do, right? We don't need embassies in other places. We're the court. Wherever the court goes is where we go. We're the court. We do court. See, this is the thing. We do court actions on the spot everywhere we go. Everywhere. And anytime anyone steps forward to challenge, we start with, what is your name? And the minute they say a name, they're under your jurisdiction. And then you start speaking court action language. Always. You never go anywhere without court action language. Always. And then be competent to know the goings and comings and how that works. So we don't need embassies. We are the embassy. When we show up, and that's why we send our documentation ahead of us. Because remember what we said about documents at the beginning of this congressional hearing, this congressional assembly. Our documents are our appearance. So we go ahead and speak for ourselves ahead of any travel. And then when we show up, we're saying the same things that the documents are saying, and we don't veer off of that. We don't go off of anything other than what our documents say. Period. And you know what? That cannot be disputed. I've lived that. It cannot be disputed. When I went and did the POW demonstration, 10 days trying to get jurisdiction and couldn't get it. They could not get it. They couldn't get it. Read Acts, the 22nd chapter and the 23rd chapter in the Biblios about how Paul went to jail, and when he said who he was, they all got scared. That is what we are to do every single time. And it was because of his identification and his status. And in their Biblios, it's a citizen status because they're citizens, or subjects rather. In ours, it's nationality. In the ancient Bibles, it's Paul declared his nationality. Read that about how he did that in there, and how they got scared and they was trying to backtrack and step back. It wasn't talking about Paul not going to jail. It was he went, and when he said who he was, they had to set him free. And not only that, he corrected them properly so that doesn't happen again. We've had to do that. We've had to do that. And, you know, listen, that the jail demonstrations, I'll say this, not all Moors will have a jail demonstration, but we will be, you know, the fear, if that's your main fear, you're probably going to have to face that one. I'm just saying. Because it was my main fear. So, and just like Justice Abbasi, he's not that he wasn't bold before, but the Justice Abbasi I'm hearing today after the demonstration, man knows not by being told that we don't have to be afraid of them, of our subjects, our inheritance. They are our inheritance. Those offices are our inheritance. They protect the estate when used properly, when put in their proper status, and when governed by the heirs. All of those offices, all of that stuff is for our benefit. Those are our sources and resources. Hospitals, courts, jails, all of that stuff that's our inheritance too. For those who come to the land and don't properly identify and do crazy things. So and we know that craziness goes away as we continue to stand. So we won't even need those, because see, jails were not even here before 1800s. Only when foreign modern folks started coming here did that jail piece come into being, because we always had our courts. We were always our own courts, always. Always. So, and we will always be our own courts. We're our embassy. We're our consulate. We're all, We're all. So, are there any questions, comments, wisdom, Islam? We will adjourn here and be back on Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. And thank you for the unanimous vote. We did it again.
Victory.
Long live the empire.
Love y'all.
Yes,
thank you, Empress.
Indeed, thank you. We did it again. Got a whole nother unanimous vote. Woo-hoo. The people rule. The people rule. Indeed.
Thank you, Empress White. Have a good
You too. Thank you, Empress.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.